Welcome to the people that's already joined. I'll be starting in a second. Just finishing up some Discord messages. Welcome for everyone that's already joined. If you have any questions, so you can start putting them in the chat, and I'll try to answer any way I can. Right now, I'm in season 3. The first gates still haven't opened yet. We have about a day left. I believe the timer is saying a day and quite 10 hours. Let's see, a day and 11 hours until the first gates open, until we see our first server. So right now it's just our server 118 in the very first region. And we've already taken all the ports that we needed for first rewards, so that's where we stand now. Hello, Mr. Slideshow. Hope you're having a great day this morning. Hope you're not working too hard. I almost already have the first person's territory already cleared out before even the gates open. So we can kind of see exactly how they're building, where they're going to go. So I already have that all done. My initial thoughts, I'm already using her, if that gives you the quick answer. I already have her on my Stormbringer ship as a 2-star with the wrong trinket, but that's all I have at the moment. So until I get able to get her trinket tomorrow, I'll have to use this until then. I'm going to break that down, and then I'll put it into her trinket so I can get that trinket completely maxed out. And my goal is to get her 6-star, and then I think she'll be a great asset to my Stormbringer team for what I'm trying to build on it with the Fury set. Still don't know with Tanaka. Might change him out with Django, or might put Wanda on another ship. It's a lot of testing to be done tonight. Oh, hold on, I gotta fix this resolution, by the way. I see it's messed up on the stream, so give me a moment. If it is for you guys, let me know. Oh, never mind, it's not. I think it's just my screen. Let me just double check. I think, no, it's messed up. Hold on, give me a second. Just don't let me. I want to make sure it's messed up before I have to. It's gonna make me stop the stream. Is the resolution messed up on you guys? Like, can you see everything, or is it only like half a screen? Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to stop. It's gonna make me stop the stream. So give me a second. Let me see. Well, maybe I can do it this way. Hold on. All right. Give me a second. See if that fixed it. All right. I think I fixed it. Let me know if it's broken. So, all right. Sorry. Here's nice. Hey, Sono, how was your experience with Oni Musha in terms of damage performance? It's been very well. He competes back and forth with Luna, how I have my ultimate or unique skill set. So I'll show you that in a second. So I'll go into a report from last night from one of our strongholds because it's the only thing that really gives us a good look at the amount of damage he can do. So if I go into here with this current setup I had with Bones, Oni Musha, a 6-star Oni Musha by the way, and an 8-star or 10-star Luna. And I go in here. As you can see, my Cutthroat did almost all my damage. And I break it down here. You'll see he was my highest damage. And there's a couple reasons like that. He rotates a lot with Luna on highest damage. It's because of the unique skill I'm using, and the unique skill I'm using on my Cutthroat, I'm going to go to here, is the same old trick one, where whatever hero skill that dealt the most highest Cutthroat damage in the previous 10 seconds will be recorded. And then every 10 seconds in the battle, that ship will launch and deals the recorded damage against the target fleet. So whoever gets that highest crit against the enemy or the target fleet will get that damage recorded, and it'll do that damage again the next 10 seconds, and then whoever does the crit around there, which is usually the same one, the same character at that time, will do the highest crit again, and it'll just keep doing that same crit over and over again, which will bring up his damage over all the other heroes. So it's just who's the luck of the draw when that damage gets recorded, who did that highest crit at that time. It's a hit or miss. It could be either or, but right now he's doing very well. And he also has a skill. So if we go into him, as you know, if you get to, I believe it's a 4-star on him, that will bring you to his crit damage skill. It's right here. It should be, no, that's Bones. Oh, click the wrong one. Right here is his raging skill here. The ship under Oni Musha's command increases critical damage by 25%. So he's already has a skill that's already bringing up his personal critical damage. So he's already got it one step ahead of people. So the more you level him up, the higher crit damage he's going to do. So he's very good. He's performing very well. If you need a Cutthroat hero to replace Kojo, he's a very good swap. Very good substitute. He's been performing very, very well. Let's see, Grand Line stuff. Still don't know 100% what to do on this thing besides click the arrow and go for the island that we selected. It's not very well explained out. And then I love this when it teleports you to a whole different part of the map where your ship is at. Those level 25 parts, I'll show you in a second. They're not very, I don't have any, but I'll show you. Once I finish this quick island thing, I'll get to that. To be honest with you, I haven't got to do enough testing for that shadow. If you really like Kojo and you don't want to spend the money, which I don't blame you if you don't want to spend the money, Kojo will be a good, alternative for Oni Musha. He does awesome damage. He's always did great damage for me before even I had him. So it's a great opportunity to not have to spend money and still have a really good hero to do a lot of damage, because he still will do the same amount of damage. It's just you're going to get the debuff armor break from Oni Musha, and the additional crit damage is really the only benefit of running him. It's a slight advantage over Kojo, and because he has those additional skills that Kojo only has those 3, but Kojo can still pump the damage. And then he has the healing that will heal the target back up if you don't kill him quick enough. But I think it's a really good alternative that they give you without spending money. Hey, Numbers Bob, hope you're having a great day. Hopefully it's still kind of early for you. I can't wait to see your stream tomorrow. Those screenshots you showed has me super interested of what you're trying to pull off over there. I'm sure you calculated the numbers and found something out. I guess I can turn the game sound back on too if you guys want to listen to the sounds. I usually play in silence. I'm sorry if I sound also sniffled up and everything. I've been fighting a cold for over a week now. It just won't go away. So I apologize if I sound a little raspy or you hear my nose running a lot. I apologize. Alright, that's done. Let me turn the sounds back on like I said I would for you. It'll be low. Alright, and click this. Didn't calculate beforehand? Okay. We'll believe it. We'll have to see it in the stream. But I'm very curious of how it all works out. It's definitely different, and I like different. I'm always trying different things, especially with Slideshow. We're always testing, and we're always trying to find, little things that we can adjust. And you definitely just threw something out there that's interesting. A little wrench in the system, not going with a typical everything the same damage type, which is good. I like being different. That's like my Stormbringer right now is different. It's not normal. It's because of this unique skill I'm running. And once I can actually get a 6-star Wanda, I think they'll outperform, especially with Vagier's skill, the Fury. When the ship launches a basic attack, if the target ship is suffering from damage over time or burning or taking on water, it restores 200 rage of all heroes aboard the ship. This effect can be triggered every 6 seconds. I think it'll really synergize with Wanda on the Stormbringer, having Tanaka put the dots out, and then Cordelia getting the rage for the heals. So it's kind of like a support ship, since our season is not getting the support ship, as I was told. Maybe in the future, but right now they have taken it out of our season that we're in. So that's going to be my kind of support ship build at the moment. I don't know if I want to. I'm going to keep testing Tanaka with swapping him out with Django or putting Wanda in a different ship as well, is my kind of theory at the moment. But I'm really curious what we can do. Like I said, we have less than a day, 9 hours, I can spin on Wanda. I'm sitting on 242 shells, so I should have enough shells to get her and her trinket. So hopefully, like I said, I need 6 stars I want to get so I can fully test her out. And then, like I said, I'll have her trinket, which will come today. And then I can actually get some things. Oh, those 25 parts that I don't have? Oh yeah. I'm excited that they went back to the older system, but they really need to go completely back to the older system, because the system they've implemented now is way too much RNG. I'll show you some really fun, interesting looking 25 parts. That's an old one. So like this Cutthroat one is rocking attack bonus, burning damage, basic damage, cutthroat damage, taking on water damage. Where there's another one, sailing speed, HP bonus, armor bonus. This one's not as bad. Another Queen of Revenge, armor bonus, cutthroat damage, artillery, taking on water, impact bonus. And I see the issue is it's rolling too many different damage types, in my opinion. I mean, maybe that's the way they want to go. I mean, if that's their idea, that the future of the game, they want more RNG and make you feel. But I feel like the level 18 parts were the best system in the very beginning of the game that they had implemented. Season 1 had it perfect for the parts. Like, you could get like 1 damage type, or crit damage, or crit rate, and then these pretty much rolled your regular attributes for like HP bonus, armor bonus. So I'm still using level 18 parts at the moment, because right now these 25 parts that they just implemented in the game are definitely some super RNG, and I haven't rolled anything that's been... I mean, give it that we just finally got the right Krakens and everything, they're starting to get more 25 parts. But I think this was the very first interesting roll I've gotten, where I had crit rate, crit damage, HP, and bonus. So this is probably like the only one so far. But I really hope they go back to the Season 1 the way they had it. They had it perfect then. Then they wanted to go make it easier for people starting in the game, which I get. I mean, some people don't do the theory crafting that some do. And it helps people, just makes things, here's a set, this is what you're going to use, makes sense. And then, later on, you can get better sets that you can roll. I agree with you, Jumbo. Hopefully they fix it. Maybe they'll make adjustments. Maybe they're just testing things out and they just haven't told us. But hopefully we can get something going with that. I hate the new ship system. It is so boring. I prefer the I'm guessing old system that is a bit RNG, so you could grind a little bit and get better tolls. Give an initiative to do sea monsters. Yep. You'll see, like I said, if they have changed it back to the older system where it rolls RNG, but right now it's super super RNG. Oh, that's awesome. So Bob looks like he's currently working on something with the community managers where he'll actually seeing why the damage numbers are not they're happening as they are. So that's good. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. Because right now it's so much RNG on top of like the first system that they had implemented was the best in my opinion. The individual damage types are just I get it. Like maybe put it as ones that can roll twice is like burning damage and taking on water damage. That makes sense because there are builds out there that you would want that. Like you'll have your Stormbringer ship have taking on water damage. You know, you have Adeline, Tanaka, and maybe Lester or somebody else, or you don't have these other heroes and you're rocking, you know, Barnacle as your captain, Tanaka, you know, maybe Ned. So there's points where taking on water damage and burning damage should be on the same set. I would like to see that. But like the cutthroat rolling with artillery or artillery taking on water damage, burning damage, like everything rolling all on one is hopefully they can fix that. So it's a lot of RNG. I get what they're trying to do. I'm not fully angry. It's just, I mean, there's still full season ahead. Maybe I'll get lucky on some parts, but right now, I'm still going to be using level 18 parts. But it's definitely a better system than they had last season. Because last season, I agree with Shadow, is that it was just boring to go do Krakens. I pretty much waited till I maxed out the ×2 chances, and then I would finally go out and hunt because I already knew what I was going to get for those sets. So it was going to be very basic. It wasn't going to be anything that I was looking for that really got me excited. So, but this, I mean, at least it's going to make me go out there and do them now for that just little chance of maybe getting a good set. That'll put me better than Slideshow, of course, because that's the goal. Always beat Slideshow. I'm waiting for this thing. I'm going to cancel it, and then I'm head the other way so I can kill some frigates. Yep, we did go all Season 2 pretty much not even upgrading our parts, and right now we're going into Season 3 pretty much not upgrading our parts from Season 1. We're still using the level 18 parts. Yep, but at least now we have, like I said, better sets out there. Just it's all RNG. I mean, we only have level 68 Krakens now. We just got them last night. So hopefully that helps a little bit with getting at least consistently 25s, because we were still getting level 21s that had the generic sets. So hopefully they'll get better. I have faith in them. I think they can do it. I think Funright will figure it out. Because they had it right the very first time. Go here. I guess I can do it from here. Good question. How many level 6 ports? I knew I have it somewhere in Discord, but I know I think there's 6. Give me a second. I can check the Discord. Give me. Yeah, there's 6. So as of right now, there's in Season 3 there's 6 level 6 ports, and then you can always upgrade a level 5 as well to a port 6. And if numbers, Bob can correct me if I'm wrong, because I already know he's farther into the Season 3. But I think when I had in Discord is there's 6 level 6 ports in the middle completely, and then there's a level 7 of course in the middle. So that gives some opportunity to work with each other through the for alliances and everything. So you're not fighting where there's only level 3 level 6 ports, so you're fighting over those. So hopefully that gives an opportunity where you can work with each other, share the level 6 ports, and then whatever you decide for the level 7th port. I know ours is going to be a fight. We have the cartel in here, and they don't take alliances, and they want to be the best, so it's going to be really interesting. I can kind of show you the power of some of our people on our server right now. But right now, the toughest person, or the power-wise, which, as you guys know, if you've been playing this game, actual power up here is not real power all the time. You can kind of fake it till you make it. It really comes down to, like, when you're in the straits and everything, you can actually see the real fleet power. But right now, yeah, we have some people in the 61 million power, 60, 57. Captain Gunner from EMP is 56 million power. Garp from server 117. Sin is at 56. I'm sitting at 55 million. Yeah, some more, and then it pretty much, there's a lot of the cartels from server 111's got a lot of people in the top, sitting at some high 50 million power. So they're going to be very tough to fight against. They have some pretty big whales. They're consistent, and they want to fight, but it makes it interesting. It gives us somebody to fight. It gives us, the server will be not, it won't be just an auto trade server, or for this season, it won't be an auto trading season. We're going to compete against them. It'll be fun. They want to be the very best, but no one ever was. To beat them is the real test. To think them is the main cause. And in the middle, there's our level 12 level 5s. Okay. I did not know the amount of level 5 ports that were in the middle. Thanks for that, Bob. But yeah, this season should be pretty exciting. There's some really strong gangs in our server, or in our season. I think the new matchmaking system is doing very well that they implemented after server 80. I think we didn't even get matched up with a single server we were in last season, so we never even met any of these gangs last season. So I think it's working out pretty well. If you're trying to talk about these supplies that change the capacity and everything, they've taken that out of the game because they made a corrections of what goes in there. So you can't go in here and modify anymore like you used to be able to give your heroes more supplies. So you're just gonna have to keep refilling up in the port. They don't give you the capability of adjusting it anymore. And that was from the last patch. So I also think, someone could correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, you can't. And then I don't think they also got. Actually, it's still there, but someone told me yesterday, which said their auto replenish wasn't working, but it should still work. And then, like I said, it'll still auto replenish your supplies up top here, if you have it set to use your food and everything to keep your remaining supplies above. So as long as you still have it up here, you click up here, make sure you have auto supplies. It'll use your food that you've cooked. But yeah, to change your supplies below, they've taken that out of the game currently. Yep, we got lucky with 5 new servers. 2 of them did meet each other, like a slideshow did say. So it's then, so they already have bad blood from last season. So it's going to add a lot more excitement. Like I said, it's going to be a very exciting season. There's going to be a lot of fights. Can't wait. Well, Bob, you're just eating less fish, I think. Maybe you got sick of fish for being on the sea for so long. You're just not eating anymore. You got the scurvy. Yep, Obi is in season 4 for us. That got changed before we got into season 3, so we don't have Obi. I think he's going to be really good. It'll be a good replacement for Cursed Ed. If you're still using Cursed Ed like myself, I'm still using Cursed Ed. There's really no good replacement for him. I mean, technically you could use Django, but he's going to be off of basic attacks, and you're still not getting that many basic attacks off your flagship. So he's more of a help with the tankiness. So he'll be a good replacement. But I get why they did it. I mean, yes, it screws up the whole themes and what they were trying to go for, but they realized having a season with just 2 support heroes was probably not the best. So I think they, probably did some testing, said, okay, yeah, we need to change this, so they made the change. I'm not awfully mad. At least I still got Wanda, and I still have now a Cutthroat hero, because I've always been a Cutthroat fan. Especially with, just like I said, Kojo. If you have Kojo, don't feel like you have to get rid of him, because he's still a good one. So you don't have to spend money on Oni Musha or your shells, because Kojo still will perform for you. We got someone on the same server. All our servers combined are weak against one server. Really, you got one of the same servers? Okay. You don't want that amount of cake I have, slideshow. The more average cheesecake. You got all the cheesecake on there, Bob? I mean, I think I remember you mentioning in one of your streams that you only feed your troops cheesecake, and only cake should be the only thing they eat. So all your troops are just always sugar high. I believe that's what you said in one of your streams. You only feed your sailors cake. You're trying to send a friend request? You should be able to just go right into the normal person's bio. Let me just make sure I'm not telling you a lie here. Yeah, so if you just click their, like the ship, or you click their name in chat, you should be able to go to their information, and you should be able to click add friend right here. And that should be able to add it, and then they have to accept it. It pops up like somewhere, like like I think near the top. I forgot, or maybe no, it's actually or down here. So another way you could do it as well, if you go, I just figured it out myself. If you go down into the chat window and you click the little thing down here, you can search for a friend. I don't know is it cross server yet? Did they implement cross server yet? Let's see, numbers, Bob. Let's see if it'll let me. No, not cross server yet. They're supposed to be implementing it where it's cross server though. I think I saw that one in one of the captain log. So hopefully they'll get that soon, where now you can still talk to people that you were in another server with previously. That'll be nice. But that's the way. You can either do it to the chat or just click their ship and go into the informational tab and then click add friend. But I'm kind of jealous. You have probably more friends than I do. Yes, the cake is real. The cake is real. Then you better have a good memory than I have, because I don't remember that. Maybe it's just slideshow. Slideshow's always in my head. Oh, did I? Let's see. Is the B? I don't know if capitalization matters, but I don't know how you have it exactly. But it doesn't look like we can. Maybe they'll just let us give us like a real player ID or something. You can just put that in there and they can follow that. But I remember seeing in the captain's log that they want to implement it where it's cross-server as well. Oni Musha is good. I can show you like a quick report. I guess I was mentioning earlier, Kojo is still really good. So if you don't have the kanjis to spend on him, is he a huge replacement? Not really. But he does damage. He's definitely there. If you have the kanjis to spend, he has that armor break, which is really good. He reduces the healing, which is really good. He gives himself crit damage, which is amazing. I mean, that's more end game. Once you hit the 100% crit percentage, so every hit is a crit, that crit damage skill is just going to be even better. And then he has a really high percentage of cutthroat for his first skill that goes up to like 720% of the cutthroat damage. So right now, how my skills are set, whoever gets the highest crit is going to be my highest damage in my reports, and because of that is because of this skill right here, the same old trick. I'll let you look at that. It's pretty much every 10 seconds, whoever does that crit, the highest crit at that time, well, that crit will be recorded, and then they're going to do that crit again 10 seconds later. So it's pretty much a fight. Who gets the highest crit is going to have the highest damage, because it's going to keep doing that skill over and over again. But what's the implements? I change my IGN every week to reduce the amount of DM. I like it. I like it. Bob's got too much. He's got too many fans hitting him up. I will keep the DMs down there, numbers, Bob, for you. I won't message you. I promise. At least in game, I'll let you live in game. Outside of game, I can't guarantee anything. I'll track you down. I'll get that message to you somehow. Even if I have to use the community manager. Oh, I can show you Slideshow's damage report. I do have it. He wanted to show off yesterday, so let's see. I think it's probably this one's the better one, right? This one's got the actual garrison troops. Yep. Look at that damage. So this is he's using a different unique skill, but where his I believe it's the one that comes with the one you can buy, sever damage. I believe that's exactly what it's called, and that's just doing straight up cutthroat damage without any fancy things. It's just a certain percentage every. I forgot what couple seconds. I can look at the skill in a second. But as you can see, Slideshow's report right here is that his bones actually did more damage than his Oni Musha and his Luna. At least in this fight. I'll go check his other report he gave me as well. But the unique skills play a huge role in what your heroes are going to do. I don't know if a lot of you guys have noticed that, but it can definitely change up how your heroes perform. Yeah, here's another one where all his other damage is not even close. Even like artillery, which should be really high. Like his artillery ship should be really high because we were attacking a port, and his cutthroat damage is still doing. But then here you go. Like this is where it was no troops inside. This is with just straight up attacking the garrison without any troops of the port, and his Oni Musha did the highest damage that time. But really, in rally, artillery ships should be doing more damage, but just cutthroat right now is very well tuned. The interesting thing though is Kojo's actually works better with the buff cutthroat set than Oni, since the Kojo hits 3 times. Yep, it can definitely, like I said, it's not. I feel like Oni Musha is better for late game and open seas fighting because he does the extra debuffs. So in reality, he should be better, and he's not going to heal the enemy. But for straight up, like, really quick damage, like if you think you can 100 to 0 somebody in about 5 seconds with your cutthroat ship, I think Kojo is still a good play. I mean, I still have him here. I'm still going to test him out. My goal is to have a double cutthroat ship if I could. If they come out with another hero, I mean, it's definitely possible to have that, because I could put Wanda up in my one cutthroat ship and then have like Luna and Kojo on another ship with a captain, and we could have 2 cutthroat ships. It's kind of in a theory as well. So more to come on that. I mean, I want to test that. I think it's a good possibility. So keep Kojo in your lineups, keep him there, because I think he could be a big role later down the road as well. But yeah, I believe it's this skill. So you get the brittle armor, so if the ship's under Oni Musha, deals cutthroat damage, and it's a critical hit. So I'll show you in a second, but my cutthroat ship is 100% crit, so this is always going to happen. It will inflict brittle armor and a healing debuff on the targets for 5 seconds. The effect can be triggered at most every 10 seconds. So the brittle armor, I'm sitting at 14% for decreases their armor, and then a healing debuff for 21, which that healing debuff will also work with Molly, and that she does the healing debuff as well. But I'll go to cut my cutthroat ship, and I'll show you is that my critical rate is actually 105. It's because of the gems and everything now that we have that are implemented. But I'm at 105 critical rate, which my goal is just to try to keep it as flat as 100% as possible. And my crit damage is 149%, which my goal is to keep increasing this as high as possible for crit damage, because I already know I'm going to be critting every time. See, that's the question, Bob. I don't know. It might be just one of the regular old attacking ships. Either if we ever get rid of Fearless Princess, not Fearless Princess. What's the other? Oh, come on. You could technically use the Black Raven because it's offensive, but it's not going to give you Cutthroat. And then you could use. I was thinking Crimson Sentinel, just because it worked prior, and I think it has just a basic. Yeah, it has the. Crimson Sentinel has the increased attack percentage already on it. I think there's another skill that was good. Yeah, I like this one that increases the ship's armor. So I'm really, if I had to choose one, probably Crimson Sentinel to test. But I'm not afraid to even make another ship, test it out. I mean, yes, the additional bonuses on the ships help and the skills, but if we can get one that's just like, if I could get crazy and I didn't think like I liked artillery that much, I could re-roll this artillery ship and just make sure I get, re-roll some skills that will be better for cutthroat as well. So like all damage type skills, which could make it better. So there's couple possibilities. Fiery Intent Stormbringer can smack. I suit it for artillery for all. You suit it? It's sued. How dare you? Cordelia, Kojo, Luna could work. Yep. I could see that. Healing debuff is really good. It can make a difference. Even Slideshow, like, which I like. We have completely different builds. And if I go back into his report, he's actually rocking a full support ship already. I think it's this ship. So this is this is what this is what you did rock. So you did put in there. Okay, this is what you meant yesterday. So in reality, he's rocking a support. He had a support ship, but this was like Cordelia, Wanda, and Django. But for the port fight, he did slip in Kojo with Wanda, and you can see it did pretty good damage. Kojo still did really good damage for him. I actually think, yeah, I mean, it wasn't too far off. So if you look from yes, this is attacking a port because it's going to be completely different than attacking open sea ships, but in reality, it barely underperformed his strategy ship. So the damage is there. There is a good possibility it could work. So if Django is that good, would you say he is better than Ed? For damaging, yes, but with Cursed Ed, he's giving you, he's got really good constitution for HP for your flagship, and he's also dealing that curse, which will, inflict a curse on a ship. The cursed target will receive 20% more damage of all types. So he's just a really good, increased damage of all damage types on him. So he's just a really good overall. So if you're thinking about trying to put Kojo on your flagship, I just don't think it's going to work out, because also you're going to have really low attack power on that ship. I mean, your total flagship attack is going to be, mine's really low, but I have really good trinkets, really good stats, but your attack's always going to be really low on your flagship. And if you already know this, you probably do, is that if your flagship dies, you die. Doesn't matter if your other ships can live. If your flagship goes down first, all your ships go down. Yeah, there won't be in my opinion, there won't be a replacement until you get Obi in Season 4 for Cursed Ed. I know some people like to rock like Cordelia and all that, and I still think that's bad because she's losing a lot of the benefit from the extra attack power on all the other ships, and her heals are percentage based off her attack power of the ship. Pretty much every healer in the game so far, their attacks go off the attack power of the ship. I would like to see a healer that probably doesn't do that, just so, gives you a little bit more variety. You don't have to worry about your attack power for them to do bigger heals. But right now, how they have the game set is that heals are going off the attack power of the actual ship. So, also, if anyone's in here, Numbers Bob has got a stream tomorrow that he's going to be kind of showing off some different builds as well. He's got some things schemed up. He's trying some things out, but definitely out of the ordinary. So I'm going to be tuning into that just to see what he has. So I think you guys should too as well. But as he just mentioned, he has Delilah instead of Cursed Ed at the moment with some of the new stuff he's trying. Obi is based on armor. That's correct, Bob, and that's why I said that's the first one. That's real. That's why I said he's going to be the first probably good replacement for Cursed Ed, because I do know he was not based off of attack. But I also don't think he's I have to go back and look through his skills. But does he actually heal? Does he have anything a skill that actually heals? Just trying to knock some frigates out here while people are watching and we're talking. But I can show you a straights too. Let's see who I can fight in the straights. You can kind of see how my flagship. I'll fight Slideshow. I know he'll beat me, but I'll show you like what we can do against each other, and I can show our reports since he's in the chat. So like when I mentioned earlier, yeah, I can pull. I can pull some purple conjures for sure. Like well, gold ones are for later tonight for Wanda, but as you can see, as mentioned earlier, if you guys didn't realize, like when you guys see the leadership power on the leadership boards, that's not really their real power. I mean, you can fake that with your certain things inside your flagship. Your real power comes from your fleet, and that's what the straights give you from the powers up to the top. It will show you actually how strong you really are, and that's why when you're out in the straights, it's completely different than it is out in the open seas. This is our formations going against each other. Pretty similar, but he does have he's rocking Madame Lulu with Wanda and Cordelia on his support ship, but the rest is pretty much the same. But I'll let this run rip for you guys. But he'll beat me. I already know he'll beat me. He's got too much heals, too much sustain at the moment where he'll kill me. I still do damage though. It's just unfortunate with the amount of damage and sustain he has, I can't keep doing that same amount of damage. But like I said, we'll look at the report too afterwards. He's just got a little bit more power than me. He's there. I just got to get a little bit more extra. Ooh, we enter Season 3 next tomorrow, dude. It's exciting. So watch. All right, I'm going to do another one just because he's just popped up. But this guy is Plunder God. He's still from our last season. And this is not how you build a ship. He's level 36 flagship. He just rushed his flagship up as high as he could. His power is the same as me, but I should have showed his formation, but it wasn't. I can show it in the report. But if I lose, I'm going to be really upset. But I always beat him, and I always have beat him, just because of his hero setups. That he never focused on. He just focused on getting his flagship up. But yeah, see, there's that damage. Just shows like how much of how you have your ship set up, how much change you can have. It doesn't matter how big your actual power is or how big your actual flagship is. So if you go, like I said, I'll show you what he had. So this was his lineup. He pretty much has all. His Stormbringer has pretty much maxed heroes. I mean, he has Tanaka maxed out, his Adeline maxed out, Barnacle pretty much there. He has pretty much Griffin maxed out, Ophelia, Sharky maxed. He has. It's not that he doesn't have anything maxed out. He has the heroes. He just doesn't have them set up. I'm guessing. Let's look at his trinkets. He's rocking Rudder. He's got the healing. So he's got Cordelia on his flagship, which I don't agree with. I don't think that's a smart play. He's rocking the Sovereign set. He has the Blood Fang. He has Tanaka's weapon. He has Lester's bomb, which this is burning damage, right? Or it does have drawing damage on it as well. Okay, I thought it was just blazing. And then he's got the trinket here. He's just got the regular attack trinkets on there, which, did he have those not maxed out? And yeah, so in reality, I mean, he raised his flagship so fast and so high that he had like not real power. But what he didn't, he has the heroes, but what he didn't focus on is his trinkets. The trinkets, as you're going to see how low his were, for now where I go look at Slideshow. And I'll look at his damage first, see what he did to me. See, my Cutthroat was the highest. Actually, Luna got the higher crit, so she had more damage than Oni Musha. And then his was Cutthroat is the highest as well. And pretty consistent, but Oni Musha just got a little bit over bones for him using his unique skill. But if you look at Slideshow's trinkets, he's got maxed out trinkets on his flagship. He has maxed out trinkets on his Cutthroat. Damn, that's good. That is really nice. That maxed out there. Pretty much maxed out on his strategy ship. And for his artillery, he's pretty much got it maxed out as well. So if you really were kind of questioning what's stronger, trinkets or actual hero star levels, it's trinkets. So yeah, he definitely has some. Yeah, he's got some really nice trinkets. He didn't have the nicest heroes. He didn't. I don't think he can. Slideshow can correct me if I'm wrong, but Slideshow did not even. I don't think even spun on Tanaka or Adeline in season 2. He just bought. He just used all his conjures on trinkets. He just completely skipped over those heroes. Completely. He just went full trinket, which it was a good play. I mean, it worked out for him. It's working out for him in the long run. And then now he can focus on the other heroes if he needs to. But as you can see, it definitely gives a good advantage. But yeah, I can do a trinket. I can do some pulls here. I'll do them periodically through the stream. I'll do 2 right now for 10 pulls. But you're always going to need trinket stuff over and really anything, because as you guys can see, trinkets will keep leveling up with your adventure level. So you're always going to have to keep leveling your trinkets up. You're always going to have to level up your heroes. But to get them ascended up, you're still going to need, to keep spinning on trinkets to ascend those trinkets. So you're always going to need trinket dust. You're always going to need the trinket crystals to upgrade or ascend new trinkets. Heroes, like I said, I feel like once you get a hero to level 6, you've already got to like 90% of its power. Once you get 6 stars, he's at 90% of the power you're going to get out of him. The return value of getting the other stars is really not worth it at all. Not big of a return investment in my opinion. Yes, it's nice. It's going to help give you a little slight advantage, but in reality, it's not going to make that much of a difference. And nothing still beats having activity. If you have multiple people attacking you, no matter how strong you are, you're still going to go down. You can take down whales all day long as you all work together and attack together. But whales win when you try to take them one-on-one. It's the only time they're going to beat you. Bob said he skipped Adeline himself. Tanaka is the most often my main damage dealer in PvP. Yeah, I like Tanaka. He had his trinket was really good too, but I went with more attack because I want to turn it more into a support idea build. So I have him with the attack power trinket right now because I really want this support. I want him to have the dots up to feed the more rage. Have Wanda feed the rage with her skills, and have Cordelia keep pumping heals out when she's got all this extra rage for more sustain. That's my idea for my build for my Stormbringer at the moment. Is it the best? Probably not. Is it the worst? No, but I'm trying something different than everyone else is trying. And if it works out, I'll be happy. I always try to find the oddball stuff that might work. Sharky can pretty much, yeah. Sharky can peak at 4. I mean, he can always get better, but Sharky's really good. And I'm kind of curious the season 4 hero. I already know they had a buffer, so she must have not been too good. But I don't see me replacing Sharky actually at all. He's too. He's really good. He's always the top in artillery. I don't see why to replace him at the moment. I like where he's at. Let's try to look one more time on conjures, and then we'll move on. But I like to be different. I really have an idea for another Warhammer build, or Warhammer build. And that's with the whole armor break, and with the other, with Oni Musha with armor break, and then trying to get as much, because you could go, I'll show you guys off right here. I actually have to go to build ships. Go to build, unique skills. So the cost of strength one for unique skill, when the ship deals a cutthroat damage, it will inflict armor piercing on the hit ship. The armor pierce decreases armor by 18 to 24, 32, matters the rarity of your ship of skill, for the following 5 seconds, and by an additional 5, 7.5, or 10 for every 20 impact the ship has. So if you can stack impact on your Warhammer ship, and have this skill, and have Oni Musha decreasing armor. And if you get, there's 2 armor piercing skills. There's this one, increases your ship's impact. It can be up to 24% increase impact. And then I believe it's enhanced armor piercing, increases the ship's attack by 6% and its impact by another 12. So that's additional. You could have additional 36 impact percentage with you already stacking it. And then I think glass cannon also increases your impact. Increases your impact by 30%, but it also reduces your armor. You could make a Warhammer ship that could pretty much, it's like a debuffer where it'll just deteriorate all the armor off that ship, or at least a good amount of it, to make them much weaker. And I think, I don't know because there's no way to really test this, but if you had somebody, say, attacking with that kind of Warhammer ship, and then you come in and attack at the same time, that flagship or that ship could be debuffing while you're doing all the damage to the other ship. It's kind of have a mindset I have, but there's no really way to test that, and I don't know if the devs would be able to tell us that could happen. But that's my mindset. That's how it should work. That's how I believe it should work in reality. Let me go get my little treasure chest over here. But I could see that'd be great. Like if you have like one whale that has all the skills maxed out, all the damage ability, he can do the most damage, and then you have some allies that are, maybe like free to play or, low spenders, and they could have that set up and debuff people, and then you just come in and smack them, and you could probably like one tap them if it works out like that. I don't know if all the buffs and debuffs only stick with what your ship does to them, and then you have to do the same thing. I don't know. There's no way to test that besides really having someone literally attacking somebody 1v1 with your setup, and then adding the person with the brittle armor and all the debuffs, attacking him, and then you doing it and see if you really kill him quicker. But keep in mind, armor does not do that much. When you get the armor to 0, you still only do 2 times damage than if you had the same impact armor. Okay. But like I said, if you get to 0, it's still better than nothing. And then trying to get through that armor. I mean, 2 times damage is still pretty good. Especially if you're critting. If you're getting high crits, 2 times is pretty dang high. I'm kind of curious, like, what's the highest armor someone's gotten their ship up to? Because I know I kind of really stopped building it. I mean, I have a good amount on my flagship. I have a good amount of health. I actually decreased my health a lot. But I'm going more for crit resistance now because I know a lot of people out there have a lot of high crit. So, and that's what I'm going with my gems as well. I'm going to season 3 and go to my season special. I don't know what everyone else is building, but my goal is to, stack crit damage for my red gems. I don't need crit percent. And then, why is this burning damage? How'd that get in there? Is it, maybe I know it was the only one I had at the time? I think so. I'm just going to put there. And then I'm going for crit resistance. My goal is to get as much crit resistance as possible because I know more people are going to be doing crit. I just need to get better gems for that. Did all these get changed out? Like, what happened? I feel like all my gems got changed for some reason. And I don't know why. Crit damage, crit resist, cutthroat. Okay. Back to normal. Oh, my specialist, stop it. You're way ahead. You're probably already done. Is yours complete where you are now in your season, Bob? Is your board completely filled out, or you still have more to fill out? I mean, we're still in our first region, so far as we've gotten. But that's my idea. I want to go. I mean, there's really no good option here. I mean, I'm going to go, of course, go cutthroat damage because that's my highest damage type. I wish there was like a basic attack or attack percentage on these orange ones. Wait, he still got the old system? See, that's what so this is what I see. People were picking on me last stream because I was like, oh, this is awesome. You know, the season, they're like, oh, you don't have this already? And I was like, no, we still have the old system. And I thought we were going to get, like, because watching your stream, I thought we were going to get that system. And I guess, yeah, I guess you're still on the old system, man. So, yeah, the new, I like the new specialization. It's definitely a really good change. I'm super excited for it. I like the gem system, and I think the skills were okay. I mean, there were some really good skills out there. I think they could implement them both at one point somehow. I think they should, if it's not going to break the game, but making things just too overly strong. But I like being able to increase certain attributes that I want personally, which will be nice. I don't think the new system makes your close combat so overpowered, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, we blew through the trials last time anyway, so I don't really see much of a difference. But so server 80 season 3 got the new system as well. Yeah, so server 118. Yeah, we're server 118, so yeah, we were able to get it, and the new matchmaking system. It happens, Bob. Guess you shouldn't have been so early on the server. You wouldn't have had that issue. But I like it. I think you're gonna love it. But like I said, I'm gonna rock crit resistance over any of the other ones because I mean you get armor in the green ones. You get the armor, HP bonus. You get the critical resistance. I'm trying to find, and then the armor bonus ones. So I think the crit resistance is going to be more beneficial. You do lose like the you got damage boost versus non-players, but I mean they all have that, so that's higher. But I like the crit resistance over armor and HP. Like I said, crit damage. I don't really need the crit percentage, the critical rate increase at the moment, unless I change some things out or when I get different ship parts, I might have to make some adjustments. But right now, I'm just going to stack critical damage because I already have high crit percentage, and then the orange ones, right? Yeah, these ones give you cutthroat, burning, strategic. I don't think I have a taking on water one yet. Nope, I don't have a taking on water damage one yet. But it's a good change. I like the system. Hey Stunna, everyone in my gang is putting healing or armor trinkets on Sharky because of his brittle armor. However, I was thinking an attack trinket. What is your thoughts? So right now I'm using, if you're in Season 3, what I'm personally using is this trinket, the Palace. Increases the ship's wheeler's command, increases critical rate by 36%. So I'm rocking crit rate on him. And if the wheeler has the first mate tag, if there are any wounded ships in the target fleet, increases attack of the ship by 20% cutthroat damage and 20% regular damage. So 20, and then 36. Healing, I just don't see it. I mean, could it work? Yes, probably. I don't see how it couldn't work, but like I rather, like I said, I'm going for a higher crit percentage. So my crit percent on my artillery ship right now is 80% chance to crit, and crit damage is 89%, and that's just what I'm building. I don't think the brittle armors, I don't really see it like impacting my artillery ship too badly. Like it's just instantly getting killed because of the brittle armor. Like I said, I'm just trying to go for high crit, but it could be something for more sustain, a possibility. There could be something where you could do with a healing. I mean, there's definitely things out there that haven't been tested. So if that's somebody found something that works for them, great. It's not something I'm trying right now. But my opinion is my opinion is I am fully going crit damage or crit percentage first, and then crit damage, and then I'm only having like a one type support healer ship, which I'm still rocking pretty much attack trinkets. Just don't really look at Wanda's trinket until tonight. but I'm rocking, attack trinket on him, and then the only healing trinket I'm rocking is this one for the elixir on Cordelia. But if it works, it works. I mean, if that's something that's working, and they found something that they feel that makes them feel better about how their artillery ship's performing, let them do it. I think they might not be wrong. Well, who am I to judge saying that their system's wrong? I just have my opinion that I like it this way, and this is what's working for me. Gang raids came to Stunna, and I like a week after start. Yep. Gang raids do. They come like a. Thanks for answering that. But yeah, Saga, they come right in here. They came like a week after the first round. We've already been I think it's like 3 days. I think it starts at 6 days. You get to do them. They give you the first really easy one. There's 3 bosses inside of it, and then you can go do the next one. And the objective is to get as many people in there as possible. And then it gives you the auction items that you can bid up for. I could show you. I'll just open one and close one real quick. I have that power. Sorry about that. I have like your goal is to get higher percentage rate of dropping when the more people you have inside. So then it drops. You'll have like an auction house up top up here. If you click up here, you'll be able to obtain auction items. And if you have a high percentage, so if you have up to 30, I think it was like 26 people, we were able to get to 100% chance to drop. Anything over that, I'm guessing it's just better chance, but anything over 100% is kind of pointless in my opinion. But then you'll get these items to bid on, and you kind of just click the top to bid. And you can still these also the gang raids, also the chests that they drop from killing the boss will give you level 12 gems. Later on, harder ones probably give you higher gems. We just haven't been able to find that out. But yes, you'll be able to get higher gems from there. I can definitely tell you it was higher than we need, unless the game was just being the game and not telling us. But it was definitely over 20 before we got over 100%. I think at like 20 people, we were only at like 75% chance to drop some. But then again, the items in the auction house are very expensive, and the gems, like for some reason we're supposed to get like these other gems inside the auction house, and we didn't get them. I don't know if maybe they come out in this little chest at the top up here. This week's members' first boss kill will contribute to the gang's total. When a certain number of kills is reached, all gang members can claim the. So I don't know if they're going to come in this at the end from the auction house stuff, but right now it's just straight up the regular gems the green emerald gems that you can spend on stuff, and it's very expensive to win something out of the auction. Like the starting prices are really high. Like just for a hero that dropped, it was 20,000 gems. For like 10 hero fragments, it was 4,000 gems. It also could be that could also be it too. There could be that could be the play. Yep, I guess that could also play. If you already done it, it doesn't count towards the percentage. Okay, I mean, we had so many people that were in and out and doing different ones, so it was really, I guess, never really paid attention to hard to test, but that makes total sense. Let's clear these out just in case before popping the artifact. Our server 3 will be a massacre because our gang has 31 plus ships. Wow. I mean, but maybe not. If the matchmaking system works as intended, you should probably be going against people just like you. So you'll have to let me know when you enter. You have you already? You said you're about to go into your next season 3. You should be able to already see the gangs you're going against. Are they the same like level as you all? because you should be able to see the gangs you're already going to be going against if you're already about to enter Season 3. Just collecting the normals, 20%, take you. Give me more cigars, please, is what we're looking for. No problem, man. Any more questions I can definitely help with, I'll definitely try to answer to my best of my knowledge. We have some really smart people in here helping out as well. Numbers Bob and Slideshow. I know Slideshow does all his testing with me. We're in the same gang, and Numbers Bob has he's in an older server, which they're pretty much through their Season 3 or a good amount of it already, so he might be able to answer some things as well. Okay, I thought I clicked it. Oh, already in a squad. It did go through. We have 66 people that are 31. Wow, it's just, but there's a little further ahead than you. So that's why I'm just curious. Like, if the matchmaking system works how it's been working, like it worked out for us, it matches pretty well. So if you have that high a power, I'm sure it's going to match you against somebody that's pretty close to you for that many flagships that are level 31 power, or flagships at 31 plus. So I wouldn't count your chickens yet, because you could be getting matched up with people that are just as strong. And I know there's some servers out there in like the 200s that are really high power. There are some big whales in some of those servers out there. I've seen some screenshots that they're maxed out on everything. So, Jet, have you looked at the other gangs that you're going against? Are their powers the same, pretty similar to your gang's power? You should be able to see them already. Yeah, Season 3, the very first day, or very first 2 days, because you have to be on for a long time to get everything kind of like caught up. There's a lot to do in the beginning of Season 3. The very first 2 days, doing the squad raids, figuring out all the new stuff, doing the saga, doing your normal sentries and ports, doing the island. There's a lot to do. How long have I already been playing? I think I've been in the game for over 3 months now. I think that's where I'm at. I know, like, I think I've refreshed the subscription 3 times now. So it's at least 90 days, and then this one's it's about to be up again. So I would say I think like 3 months I played the game for. It's a safe bet. Yeah, the Grand Island it's still confusing. It's the Grand Island is definitely something interesting. It is it was confusing. It's not really well explained out. Like, I still barely understand it. I just know you want to take the middle first, and then I think you want to go for the red stars next, and then the chest. I think, and then but it's just doing the dailies here to allow you to help contribute towards what your gang is going for. So I'm doing these chart donations that I've collected over the time of doing the dailies, and then once you fill up this bar, it means you take over the island, but you're competing against all the other gangs to take over that island. So whoever completes their stuff first gets to claim that island. Oh, can I? Okay. Let me look. VIP. Consecutive login days, 113. I'm at 113 consecutive days logged in, which I know I haven't missed a day. So yeah, over 3 months. And I'm always still learning stuff every day. 3 months into the game, and there's still something I learn every day. And there's still stuff I'm like, so it's real for a game. It's pretty still new, especially joining new servers. There's still tons of stuff that they're trying to add into the game, make things better. They just announced yesterday the new server versus server fight for an island. So pretty much taking like the Port 7 fight and putting two gangs 1v1 against each other. So that's gonna be fun coming out. Pretty much, you know, who can take who. There's like, I think they're gonna have like a morale system implemented where I don't know if it's gonna be like kind of like you can donate stuff, or there's just gonna be quests that they're gonna have you do, and the higher morale will choose who's gonna be attacking, who's gonna be defending. I think it was they said if you have the highest morale, you're gonna be on the attacking side, and then if you have the lower morale, you're gonna be on the defending, and then you're gonna be fighting over Port 7, which will be really fun, something different, something to make people log in, work with each other, add strategy to it, practice your regular Port 7 fight mechanics. You can see something. You want to lose as many as possible. What do I want to lose as many as possible? Oh, you want to lose the islands as much as possible? Is that what you're talking about in the Grand Line? Are you saying you want to lose these? Is that what you were saying, Bob? I still need to read up on the event. Sounds exciting. Hope it's easy to plan with your game because Sea of Conquest is a nightmare. It is. It's using the same timer idea where you can vote on the times, the 3 times, and if you both vote on the same time, you know, pretty much choose that. But yeah, getting the Legion lineups can be pain in the butt. I don't think there's any easy way to organize 100+ people of getting into a same group. But if we only have to organize 30 people instead of all the other legions, I think it'll be better. I think it will be much better. But I don't know. I don't think I saw what the cap was for how many people you could have into the. I have to read back up on it more, but since they just released it yesterday of the upcoming stuff, and things could change, but I don't know how many people can actually get into it. So hopefully it's like 30, like the other event, and that'll probably help reduce lag if there's only 30 on each side. Yes, I'm at the Grand Line. Huh. Okay. I wonder why that is. Slideshow, I need to have the time to make a specialized video about... Yes, that'd be awesome, Bob, if you made a video of the Grand Line, because I don't think there's even one out there, and it's just very confusing. And it would probably be really good because there's a lot more... I mean, we were the very first servers getting into the Grand Line, and now there's going to be tons more. I mean, I think he just... who said it? Jat said he's in server 143, and they're just about to go today or tonight or today. It matters where you live for season 3. So they're just starting, and they're only at server 143. So there's like what 300 something servers. Let's look. Season 1, they're at server 413. So there's like 300 servers still to go that are going to be having the same kind of questions. We'll get going, Bob. Get making. I late Bob. Aw. Life gets busy. He's always calculating those numbers. He's got to stay out of the sheets long enough to make a video. But I was told Bob is a freak in the sheets. The spreadsheets, that is. Time is always the problem. I understand, Bob. I'm in the same boat. On a good week, I only work 40 hours a week. On a good week, and then try to do videos and help with gangs and do stuff in the game, and then deal with Slideshow. He's such a bully, and as a rank 5, always bossing us rank 4s, telling us what to do and do stuff for him. Not a lot of time. Oh, yeah, it's our tax season. I mean, still technically going. I mean, our deadline was done in the States April 14th, I believe. But, I mean, a lot of people do extensions and everything, so it really never ends. I don't know if you can file for extensions and all that in your country, but here you can, and it gets extended like pretty much for the whole year, so it really never ends. Sideshow does do those things. He's just he just takes the title for glory and doesn't do any of the work. It's like he's like a rank 3 or something. All right, what do I have to do? I'll do more straights. Beat on some Plunder God again. I'll show it, like I said, I'll show us a formation. He's got some really, really good heroes. He's got some maxed out heroes from last season. He's going more taking on water damage. And then he's got like burning damage, I guess. So he has like a mixed damage ship. And he has the healer and his flagship. I usually do farm him. I usually do. Boom. There goes a ship. His flagship's already almost dead. I set up, see? I killed his flagship before any of his other ships. Perfect. Very perfect. That's exactly what we want to do almost every time. If you can kill his flagship first, you don't have to worry about the other ships. Yep, it does, which I don't think it benefits at all for having it on there. There's just not enough attack power to really make the heals. Like I'll go show the heals in a second after this fight. If you go here, and then I go stats, like see his healing on his flagship compared to mine on my Stormbringer, and my Stormbringer is not even like optimal. Like she's not healing at all. She's just wasted there. He's really just wasting her there and not getting any benefit out of her at all. He has the heroes, he just doesn't have it set correctly, which I'm fine with. He can keep it like that. I'll take the free kills. Yo, what is up with John beating on me? Look at this. This is abuse. This is abuse. Why is he gonna beat on me? Let's see what he did to me. Let's look. Why is John beating up on me? Well, he has Wanda in. Oh, there goes. Well, we took out a ship together at the same exact time. The shield's on my... I did have a shield on my cutthroat, but it didn't last. If you get... Badman's our big whale on our server, so... If you guys didn't see earlier, he definitely has the power. He's definitely got some power under him. I actually didn't even look how what his power was set at for his fleet now. And Cordelia is the best healer we have right now, and the flag cuts her to nothing. She can. Wow, I just gotta hit her hard enough. Oh yeah, he's still strong. I mean, there's nothing about it. He's got lots of power. I can show one of the skills, yeah. Hold on, Jap. KKK level 36. I'm level 35. I mean, really, those flagship level don't mean anything. I just killed a level 36 a second ago. Wanda. So our first skill. Wanda applies a Panther Guard to 5 ships in the fleet. The ships increase their attack by 18% for the following 3 seconds, and that'll of course increase the more you increase her hero level. For the first skill. Her second skill. When the ship under Wanda's command and strengthened by the Panther's Guard launches a basic attack, there's a 30% probability that it will prompt 2 allied ships to launch a basic attack. the effect can be triggered at most every 4 seconds. So any ship that has the Panther Guard on her from her first skill will have a 30% chance to make them do another basic attack, and that can be up to 50%. So this will buff artillery very well because it goes off of basic attacks. The next one, for every 15 times of basic damage dealt by the allied ship strengthened by the Panther's Guard, again, which is the first skill, the ship under Wanda's command will restore 48 rage to at most 5 ships, and will be healed once. HP equal to 12% of the attack of the Wanda ship will be replenished. The skill can be triggered at most once every 15 seconds. So you have the rage up can go up to 80, and the healing factor go up to 20%. So that's like a really big skill. Makes her really strong. Her next one, the Crimson Frenzy. For every 15% drop in total HP of the enemy fleet, Wanda will perform a rage skill. The effect can be triggered at most once every 10 seconds. So this will go really well with Cutthroat. So because for every 15% drop in health, total HP of the enemy fleet, so they're going to do, the Cutthroat's always going to be dealing damage to the lower health of the fleet. It'll keep triggering this as well. When the allied ship strengthened by Panther's Guard launches an attack, there's an 18% chance for Wanda's ship to restore 20 rage. So this skill, the Panther's Wrath, will also work with their other skill that's giving them a percentage to pop another attack immediately. So these two will be working with each other. This will also be giving her more rage at all times. And that probability keeps going up the more you level it up as well. Orlando Journal, I can show you that in a second. So where do you put? I would put her, right now I have her, I'm putting her in my Stormbringer ship for my current setup. This is where I'm planning for her right now. But in reality, you could put her on any ship that needs a gunner for you. So you could have her in Cutthroat. You could swap out Luna if you don't have a high Luna. And then have Kojo and Bones and Wanda. You could probably have her on Artillery. She could work there. She has lots of possibilities. And, yeah, the Flagship, I'll show you. It's nothing crazy. My construction yards are only at 25. Oarsmen's can only go up to certain. Crew quarters, 32. Captain's quarters is 34, about to be 35. Sick bay at 33. Flagship doesn't mean anything. After your Flagship hits 31, it's pointless to level it up. In reality, yes, you have to get your other ships stronger, your little Flagships, so you can keep leveling up. It definitely helps, but after 31, when you get your other your little ships, Flagship don't mean anything. Like I said, if I can go attack Plunder God again, I'll smoke a 36 if it pops up. See, Plunder God. He's a 36, I'm a 35. We have the same power, but with my current setup with heroes, he has almost maxed out heroes. I'll still smoke him. So really, after level 31 of a Flagship, you're not gaining anything really out of having a higher Flagship. There's no benefit. Flagship level means nothing. Power level means nothing. When you see total power from people, I'm at 55 million, but really my real power is at like 31 million. This power doesn't mean anything. This is just for EP, who has the biggest EP, and you'll figure that out what that means. I'm not going to say it, but this power means nothing. It's all about your Flagships, how you have them set up, the trinkets, the hero setups. If you want real power, your real power is going to come from stargazing. Anything in stargazing. This is your real power. You're getting all these additional benefits from attack bonuses to damage reduction, and then all the individual nodes are giving you attributes towards all your ships. This is where your real power is coming from. I'm getting additional increased base armor, impact, HP bonus, base attack, damage reduction, damage. Your stargazing is where your real power is going to be coming from.
Yep, that isn't everything. I usually hit up the 1 to 2 levels most did when I was 26, mid season 2, and was able to beat level. Yeah, we have people that are. We have a bitter end. I mean, we have him. Like, he's gone through his whole build with us multiple times, and he's punching at least like 2 levels. I think even at 3 levels, flagships levels above himself, and he's barely spends any money at all. It just, you're prioritizing your stuff where it needs to be. Flagship level means nothing. Yep, stargazing. Stargazing is the hidden secret that most people don't think about, where your power is coming from. You really want to max these out as much as you can. That's where your focus. Like all your generic speed ups, you should be using them on stargazing, not construction. They should be going towards stargazing and not trying to boost your flagship. Unless there is a stipulation, if you're almost, if you're trying to push to get to 31, yes, I would say yes. You should be using your general speed ups for that, because you're going to get the most power from going from 30 to 31 than anything in the game, getting that additional ship. But after that, it should be all stargazing. Stargazing is just because it's going to happen every year or every season, and you're going to keep getting these additional bonuses. Season 2 is the best for stargazing. It gives you so much stats. Season 2 is better than even Season 3. They give you so much better stats, and like the amount of quantity you get out of these. Like, you were getting base attack plus 3, HP bonus 2%, attack bonus 1%. You were just getting huge bonuses from stargazing. But yeah, once you get 4th ship, flagship means nothing. It's just something to keep leveling up your other stuff. Unless you're just trying to show off in the leaderboards that you got a flagship that's you got there first. Okay, good for you. I mean, if that's what you're more into, cool. I mean, if you're more into this, where you can say, all right, I reached 37 first in this season. Good job. Good job, Bob. But yeah, it doesn't mean anything. And like I said, this power means nothing. This just shows, okay, you have some stuff that's in there. Like, we can compare each other. Okay, he's maxed out. He's got a little bit more stargazing than me, not much. Where he's probably getting he's getting a good amount of power from his strength and his ship parts. And then it's just cabin. He's just leveled up his cabin. I mean, that's he's really beating me as a cabin strength. I'm not really worried about that. My heroes are pretty close to him. I already know my ship parts are still level 18 parts, but they're really good level 18 parts, so this is going to always look low. But I have it optimized to where I like it. Bob popped in my head. Sorry, Bob. Also, my dad's name is Bob, so it just makes it easier. Sorry, Bob. So if you see people with high flagships after 31, if they spend money and they look all fancy with their high, big ship, but it really doesn't add much power or make them any stronger than what you could be doing with spending your speed ups and all that in the right spots, working on your ship parts, having the correct heroes in the right spots. But then, yeah, after stargazing, it's trinkets. I mean, trinkets is where you're trinkets are more important than heroes. They really are. Sideshow's already proved that out with his trinkets over his heroes. And the trinkets work on your trials, and they work on your Rogues Rumble, so they can benefit you in multiple spots. Well, I'm going to lose. He got first attack off, probably. And he has Adeline. What a terrible start. She's so good. She is such a good hero. She's so fast. I'm gonna lose. I can go back. Yeah, I can look. I actually have never looked at her. To be honest, I don't think I've ever really looked at her trial or Rogue Rumble skills that in depth. So we can look at that right now. So for the close combat, Wanda calls forth a Panther to summon to aid in the battlefield. The Panther inherits 54% of her attributes. When the Panther is on the battlefield, the skill will be replaced by Wilderness Dance. Consumes 4 rage to deal 400% direct damage of her attack to a target. Wilderness Dance has a cooldown of 1 turn, so that's really good. There's a 50% probability that Wanda will deal an additional direct damage equal to 48% of her attack to the target. When the effect is triggered, the Panther is launched pursuit attack instantly against the target, dealing a direct damage of equal to 48% of his attack. I think that means her attack, but I don't know. Attack instantly against the target, dealing a direct damage equal to 40 of his attack. I guess his attack's going to go off the F, so never mind. I guess that's right. Increase speed by 2% in close combat. For every 8 times the total move of Wanda and her Panther, the turns of all her allies will continue 12% in advance, and all her allies will receive healing and replenish their HP to 40% of her attack. So yeah, she's healing off of that. So increases speed by 2% in close combat. So she has increased speed by 2%, so she'll attack more. For every 8 times of total move of Wanda and her Panther, the turns of all her allies will come 12% in advance, and all her allies will receive a healing replenishment of her HP above 40% of her attack. So yeah, that's really good. 2% is big. Next one, again, so she's got... Oh, okay, that was on that one already. I thought I was seeing it again. Their next one, Crimson Frenzy. When a healthy enemy receives a basic attack, there's a 40% probability that Wanda will launch a pursuit attack, dealing a direct damage equal to 30% of her attack. When a wounded enemy receives a basic attack, there's a 60% probability that the Panther will perform a pursuit attack against the target, dealing direct damage equal to 30% of his attack. And those will both increase. So it does it if she attacks one that's got higher health, will do 30%, 30%. So it's really, there's just a higher probability when when they're lower on health. And then her last skill, Panther's Wrath. When the Panther moves, there's a 30% probability that its next move will come 20% in advance. So that's really cool. That's even more attack, speed, really. It has a chance to attack ahead of time. So yeah, she could really, her and Adeline could probably destroy some lineups in the Rogues Rumble with their speed increases. That could be a really good close combat trial team. Wanda with Adeline. Like I don't even have her leveled up. She's a 2-star for me. But with her skills and Wanda, they could be a force to be reckoned with. It's still, I mean, yeah, 4 rage is a big hit, but still, with those two together, it could really do lots of damage. That could really work out. They have they could have some really good synergy. Yeah, Adeline is the one I slept on. I did not have any plan of leveling up on taking on water. It wasn't kind of my idea. But as we found out in Season 2, she can do a lot of damage. And she has a lot of good builds that you can work with. I mean, she was pretty much outperforming every hero in Season 2. So, she definitely can do it. She can definitely do it. But yeah, I'm sure John will be able to. I mean, I'm sure that'll be his lineup, so I can test against it and see how well it does. Because he already has a maxed one out, and then I'm sure he'll max out Wanda. So I'll be able to test against that and kind of let people know that and see how it works out. I know he'll probably definitely be using that kind of setup, and then I can kind of help people in Season 2. this is the kind of a hero you want to focus in on, because in season 3, you know, Wanda will be, but it's gonna have to see after testing. And that's why I saw about other videos waiting, literally just for Wanda, so I can test stuff and come up with my theories on certain ships. I want to do more ship ideas and in-depth guides, but right now it's coming down to really Wanda. So once we get her tonight, and I can roll on her, I can kind of work on some more videos and some ideas and more theory crafting for folks. But yeah, let's see. Who knows? Some more trinkets. Nothing there. We'll do another one for now, and we'll save the rest for later. No, I agree. I don't have the report anymore because it reset. But I wish I could show you a season 2 report of how Adeline works with Stormbringer, or with Office Stormbringer with Adeline and Tanaka. But there was a setup with, and season 2, I think still the best ship setup is Cordelia as the captain, then Tanaka as with the attack trinket, actually, with Tanaka as the first mate, and Adeline as the gunner with her Bloodfang trinket. And then if you're rocking the Stormbringer skills, unique skill that I have right here, with how fast she attacks, triggers this more, and then they both, you know, they have taking on water damage dots always on a ship between taking on water or burning, so that increases rage through all your ships, which is really good. And Cordelia her heals were insane in season 2 with that kind of setup. But right now, I feel like that setup, I mean, it's still good. I mean, John's still using it. I believe he's still using it. I mean, I can go double check, but I'm very sure he's still using it. Straight clashes. Go to here. Yeah, no. Oh, wait, yeah, he does. So he's still using this setup right here. Cordelia as the captain, Tanaka, and if I go to his, is this ship right? No, where is it? Oh, it's the Stormbringer. So, like I said, it's not showing crazy right now, but I could tell you in the open season we were fighting him, his Stormbringer in season 2 was always top damage, and his heals were crazy. I mean, that's still good heals. But, oh, sorry, I was looking at my ship. He's down here. Where's the Stormbringer? So this is a Stormbringer, sorry. So he's, since Tanaka wasn't doing much damage, his Adeline's definitely doing damage. And then he's got really good heals coming from his Cordelia with that setup. And so in my opinion, I already knows he has that Fury skill on his Stormbringer ship as well. This is probably the best setup you can have for a Stormbringer in season 2. My honest opinion. There's nothing that can beat it. I mean, yes, you have to have. I mean, he has really good heroes, so yours might not perform all as good as his does. But from all our testing we've done, and during season 2, this was the best setup you could ever have on a Stormbringer. But you also had to roll the unique skill as well, because the skill that came out with that Stormbringer, if you bought the Stormbringer, is not the same skill that you would get that we were talking about. This skill you have to build the ship for. You can't. It doesn't come with the bought Stormbringer. So if you want to surprise people, if you're just coming into season 2 from season 1, if you're a spender, it's the one that you could dominate some people with that kind of knowledge coming in from season 1 to season 2. If you rock that setup with this unique skill, there'll be no one out there that can beat you. Even if they're at the same spending level as you, and you have that setup, you'll definitely outperform them. Because we were just, no matter what we tried, there was nothing that could even top it in season 2.
and we tested everything, and I mean everything. Every kind of setup, every kind of trinket setup. There was just nothing that could compare to it. Attack some more frigates. How are you today, Fury? Hope you're having a good day. We're just killing some pirates out in the open seas at the moment, while going over some builds and some theory crafting and what's there to come. Just waiting on Wanda to get released for me so we can spin for it tonight. We got 8 hours left. Fury, are you about to get into season 3 as well, or are you already in season 3 now? I think you were somebody that mentioned a couple of days ago that you were at least heading towards there. I mean, are you talking about the ship part buff? There's Sage. Are you talking about the ship parts upgrades? Or are you talking about did they do a buff that I'm not aware of to overall cutthroat damage? Thanks for the tip, Slide and Stunna. I was running Lester as a captain on Stormbringer, so I'll put Kojo as cutthroat as Cordelia replacement, I assume. So I was running Lester as a captain on Stormbringer. Okay, so put Kojo at cutthroat at cut as Cordelia replacement, I assume. Yeah, I mean, if you're rocking Cordelia on your cutthroat ship, is it totally wrong? No, but if you have a good Kojo, I would. If I didn't have Oni Musha, I'd be rocking Kojo in there 100%. He does too much. He does so much damage. He does a lot of damage for a purple hero. He was always like my top damage over Luna and Bones. Oh, good. You're in season 3 now. How are you enjoying it? There's a lot to it in the first couple of days. A lot of stuff going on. Between squad raids, season specialization, the islands, and then the normal taking over ports and everything. Definitely a refresh of new fresh air from just auto trading for a couple of days. But I'm curious, Sage. Please tell me, like, what buffs are you talking about? Are you talking about just the ship parts that they changed from, not just using Blade of Freedom on everything? Are you talking about when they updated the ship part right here, or was there some buff that I missed that they buffed Cutthroat completely? Because I'm just unaware of an actual flat-out buff to Cutthroat. And I might have missed it, but I went over the patch notes. But there are also hidden stuff that they don't put in the patch notes that we always find out about. They're like, oh, look at that. They changed this, and we didn't tell us. But yeah, Slideshow's right, Niche. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but you might not see a huge difference, but the more you upgrade your stargazing, the more you update your trinkets, you'll see an improvement on that setup.
Huh, I must have missed that update. Because, I mean, Fairly Cutthroat has always been my top damage for me personally. So maybe I just didn't really notice it because it was already so high for me. But I'll take any buff I can get. I'm not going to complain. But with Oni Musha, I mean, I definitely got a good buff for especially people that didn't already have like a maxed out Kojo or wasn't rocking Kojo at all. He brings a lot to the table. Definitely brings a lot to the table. Which is good. I mean, they're making heroes better. They make them more worthwhile with their skills and adding more debuffs. I'm really hoping, like, so like when you're attacking a ship here, I would love it if we had like some kind of like they have the icons in the game, like we could actually see below our ship or above the ship, or actual like what buffs are ongoing or what debuffs we're having. As you see them during the trials or during Rogue's Rumble, you can see the little icons above their head of the buffs. I wish we could see that. I don't know if it's just it would increase the lag and it's just like it would create bad server problems, but it would be just good. Maybe even some kind of way we could do it in like squad raids or see it in squad raids or see it in the straits, just where we could see our buffs and debuffs on our ships and the uptime on them would help with testing a lot. But right now we're just kind of doing it blind, going off reports. We don't know how long the buffs stay up, how long the healing down on what ship. It would be good to see like, okay, that's why that ship just got crushed because we broke all the armor or we had all this healing debuffs attack that one ship first. It'd just be good to see. But I mean, like I said, I know the icons are in the game. They haven't implemented or we just can't see them. And I don't know if that's because of server stability or just something they might not have thought about. It's always a topic I'm pushing with the devs because I'm more about theory crafting and trying to figure out the best way. Yeah, Wanda's awesome, man. You can see it. A huge. If I can do a squad raid, you can see how much it goes off too. And just her being a level 2-star, she's huge. She can be a huge difference just as a 2-star in your builds. Okay, so I got that done. All of my voyages, that's done. I don't think I have pirate levels done. Those are done. Trade items. I didn't finish this. Oops. Briny event hasn't started. And when you get into Season 3, I don't know if Jet's still here. You'll get this as well. There's a thing for if you're going to pull a poll for Oni Musha. You get some extra shells and everything. Will the Departed, so little event that they have going right when you come in to Season 3. I know you mentioned that you're about to get in there. Raging Tempest, it's another event that they're doing. Like, I think it resets every day because I've never gotten these all full, but when I was doing the artillery ship, I was able to, pretty much get to level 12 because I built a couple of the ships and then acquiring ship skills and then refining. So it's a weird event. I think it resets every day, but like I don't know many people are going to be building a ship and upgrading ships and refining skills every day. So I don't know why it's an everyday event, but I believe it's 99%, and it also could be bugged. I think they mentioned that it was bugged too, but I can definitely tell you it's definitely has given me multiple rewards for the same thing I've done. Like, I just think it's resetting and it's not supposed to reset or something. And like I said, if I build a ship right now, it should give me that again. But I mean, the amount of resources that go in. I mean, yes, any speed up, anything that they give us for free is great. I'm not going to complain. It's just for building a ship, how much resources and time goes into that to get a couple things here. It's not really worth it. To like something to work on. So it's nothing. I mean, yes, it's always nice to get extra stuff, but you're really not getting. I mean, you might getting extra shells, some hammers, but to build a ship is a lot more expensive. So the island thing is very tricky, and we're still waiting for Bob to make his video to teach us his ways because he's been in the season longer. But he's saying it's better to have the less amount of islands because I'm guessing for that same method, so you can spam one island if you want to get the main island. So if we go to season 3, Grand Line. And then, yeah, like we've taken like over a previous island somewhere over here, I think. And then we had these little islands, but you're going to keep using up your resources for that. So like when I come here, there's like these little boosts to development. If you use all of them up, I mean, you can't really push hard really quickly. And then I don't know how these quests show up. Like what time are they on a timer? They just show up, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do them. I don't know what makes them pop. They just pop, and I just do them. I don't know what there is for them, or what prompts them to allow you to do them. Oh, so not less amount of islands, but saying lose as many as possible. Like, no one's even taken over this island yet. That one's still there. But, like, yeah, you get, like, these little 3 quests that you can get, and like I said, I don't know when they pop up. They just pop up. I've never seen a timer, and you get, like, these additional awards. 44. Yeah, there's no, like, I don't know when they pop up. Oh, so lose the chest islands, so the rewards get returned to be used on the red dots. Is what Bob's okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because the red star ones, or whatever you want to call them, they're the ones that give you the buffs. They give you that one's taking on water damage. Taking on water damage plus 2%. So they give you like those little buffs. This one, burning damage reduction 2%. Yep, I can show you. Fury, 1 second. Oops, I was right there. Season 3. Season special agent. So what I'm going for might not be it's my opinion what I'm going to go for, and I think it's the best. But I'm going, because I already have pretty much maxed out crit percentage. I'm going all crit damage, red gems. So there's crit damage, crit damage, crit damage. But you can also get crit rate ones. Increase your critical rate. But I don't need that right now. I'm going for more crit damage. And then for the green gems, I'm going for critical resistance. Because I know a lot of people have high crit on my season. And the people I'm going to be fighting are going to be the bigger guys that have higher crit. So I want to reduce that crit as much as possible. But you can also go with, if you need more HP on your ships, or there's defense as well. I'm just trying to find one. Armor bonus. There's more armor bonus on the green ones. But I'm going crit resistance on that. And for the orange ones, since my cutthroat is the highest damage type, I'm going that. So I only have a level 10 gem right now for that, for cutthroat damage. But you can go like burning damage, strategy damage, all the normal damage types. But I'm going to go cutthroat. And these bonuses go across all your ships, not just your flagship. So any gem you put in here will buff every ship across. I've tested that already. That sort of thing is what I'm saying, slideshow. But I dislike the red stars. Those are the only temporary. I'd go with gold items for the ship blueprints. But Bob, you just buy all your blueprints, so why do you need the blueprints? You're that big spender. You don't need the blueprints. You just buy them. And you're working so much, you're going to be that big spender again after tax time. Yeah, it's nice. I like that they. The best thing I think so far that they've changed for the good is squad raids with the gem system for season specialization. I love the that you get something to grind, which I love games that you can grind in. I'm an old school gamer. I'm old school MMOs grinding for items. I'm all about that. And then so then you get the different gems, which is great. And then also you get to help out your gang mates by doing squad raids all the time. It just gives you something to do instead of just do auto trading, killing frigates every day, killing a couple krakens. It gives you an opportunity to do other stuff. Still build relationships with people in your gang, have fun while farming at the same time and becoming stronger together. It's probably one of the best changes they put in the game. I really like it, and I can't wait to get to the harder ones because usually they're pretty challenging. Especially when the sea monsters of the Krakens. The Kraken's usually the hardest because the tentacles can do a lot of damage. So I'm really curious if they're going to make them really tough because if you go to squad raids, you get a debuff until you're up to that level. Hold on, that's let me go to the gang. Well, I'm thinking of gang raids, but they'll show you better. But like the same thing with squad raids, but they give you these. They want you to be at this certain thing, or you get debuffed. You'll deal less damage, and you'll deal less damage and receive more damage until you're up to that certain level. So I think that's going to make squad raids more interesting and tougher, and you might not be able to just blow right through them. So I think it's a great change of what they've done with squad raids and gang raids. It's definitely made it more interesting. Now, if I could just get a after the fight report for squad raids, I'd be happy. I'd be the happiest person in the world. Because without fighting people, there's no way to test things besides maybe port fights, which is still still different than attacking normal people. Because you're not taking damage, you're not really taking enough damage to see your healing or anything like that. You're just saying, okay, how much raw damage could I pump at once? But until open seas open, so we got like 2 more days before we can actually attack anyone besides people in our server. And I mean, we would have had people attack if we didn't become one big gang now coming into this season. After we were fighting for 2 seasons straight, we became one gang. We kind of set things aside, got rid of some leadership on both sides, and made one big gang. And now we're working towards the same common goal. We would have had people fight the whole time, but our first group we're going to be going against is EMP. I don't even know what server. I think they're server 100. Let's see if I can find one of their people. Where are they? They are server 114. So we'll be going. Their first open area that touch each other is 114. So there's the gang EMP. So we'll be sharing the next territory together. This side over here is Rev from server 98, and their gate for us don't open for a long time. It's got 11 days, so both sides aren't opening at once. They might. I mean, I think we're probably close to the same power levels, but they're the ones that EMP was the one that was in the same season last season with the cartel that they don't get along. So hopefully they don't give up. But their power level is pretty close to ours, I think. I mean, we're number 3 by like a couple million. Sin's just a little bit ahead of us. I mean, I guess they're much lower. They're up about 4 million. And then the cartel's a little bit couple million. But I think the matchmaking system did a very good job of the servers and matched them up pretty well for power levels and everything. I think it's going to be really exciting. We're really close to each other. I don't know now, but I'm going to find it. Some person knows how they could take you to raid after finishing it. You could have gems to. Really? Maybe it's something strange with matchmaking, but I mean, I don't need that. I can wait for higher gems. I don't need to try to like some kind of exploit or anything like that. I know. I mean, they're gonna keep mess around with squad raids and people trying to keep ranking squad raids from like trying to heal your troops and attacking people. They're just take the fun out of it. But I don't. It's cool if they did. Some people got a little advantage that way, but I don't need it, and I don't want to try to show an exploit off and then get banned. Well, Bob, you keep killing everybody. Of course, it's going to look different. And then you keep poaching all their members to join nil. Of course, they're going to join you, and you're going to have a much bigger gang. It's well known. Everyone wants to join Bob's gang. I'm sure you'd be hitting me up on the side and say, "Hey, come join my gang if I could if I could transfer service to your server." And then Slideshow would cry, and then he'd probably come join me as well. One day, Bob, we'll get to go against each other or be on the same gang. I promise. Maybe a couple seasons from now when we get close enough and they do something with the other servers. But you got like a few weeks ahead of us still, so you would have to sit auto trading for like 3 weeks, which would be terrible if for our servers to ever match up. So maybe a couple more seasons down the road. But you're also in that pre-80 server, like you guys just kind of you either had stuff or you didn't have stuff early. Now you're missing on stuff that other servers have. So one day they're just gonna have to catch up all the servers that have the same stuff. It's a lot of juggling between all the servers having different things, and it's hard to get information out there because every server's experiencing something different. Like you don't have the season specialization board, which we didn't have it last season, but some other people have it. Now you still don't have it. You guys have the healing ship that we didn't have. I think did you your server got the Primal Roar, right? And I wanted to test that ship because that's why I'm using my Stormbringer as a support ship. But I wanted to use the Primal Roar ship as a support ship and test it, but we're not getting it now. So it's hard to keep the information straight. Like no one could even answer me the question, and I didn't want to do another new character. But maybe even now in Season 1 you can actually build a Warhammer. I don't even know. I don't know if it's just you can still only buy it and not build it, but I don't know if new Season 1's out there, you can actually build a Warhammer. And I was trying to figure that out before I made my video, but no one could give me a straight answer. So I just left it out. I need people to kill, Bob. I need people to kill. We're almost there. 2 more days. But yeah, I don't know how much attacking we're going to get until really the middle, or with these other gangs. I mean, War's the big one. They're all the way on the opposite side as us. We really won't see them for a while. And then Sin's the other big one up here. So really, we don't see the 2 other big gangs until pretty much the middle. I mean, you'll still see them around here and there, but they actually be fighting is not until the middle for the big show. So you can still. Thanks, MD. Like I said, there's so many different things in each season now, and things they've implemented, some things they've taken away. It's very hard to know like what the newer seasons or older seasons have that you do or you don't have. But yeah, I didn't know if you could just only still buy it or they implemented building into Season 1 now. They crashed ship details. I'm getting now 25 level, but they are worth than. Oh yeah, we talked earlier. You probably I don't think you were here, Fury, but the ship parts, yeah, they're a little in rough. I mean, they just really go back to what they had in Season 1 when we first were in Season 1. For the rolls, but the ship parts right now are I mean, they're still better than static. I'll give them that. Like having the same stats every time needs to just go away in general. But right now, the RNG on some of these 25 ship parts, where you're getting, multiple strategic damage, cutthroat damage. There's also like, I haven't rolled a good one really yet that doesn't have like multiple different damage types. Like this one has cutthroat damage, artillery damage, taking on water damage. The older 18s I'm still using pretty much. They're still. This is how they did it right. You could get crit rate on the top. You could get cutthroat damage. You could get crit damage. That's the top was mostly random, and then this kind of capped you in a certain parameter of, basic impact, critical rate, damage. The very first setup they had was the best so far. I mean, they'll tune it. I have faith in it that they're testing things out more to see what works, what doesn't work. We asked for more randomness. They might have just, instead of going, increasing that randomness to 50%, they just turned the dial up to about 75% randomness. So I have faith that they'll change it. Unfortunately, they're on holiday right now, so there's probably not a lot going on. They're very minimum staff. It's Chinese holidays right now, so a lot of them are gone for the next week. But I'm sure when they get back, they'll be refreshed, and they'll see a lot of people's feedback, and they'll start making some tweaks to certain things. There's a lot coming, though. They have a lot of stuff planned. The game's just going to keep getting better, and it's still a really early game. I mean, the game's really only been out for, I would say, 6 months, and that was only for a lot of early people. A lot of people have only been playing for like 3 months or less, I would say, for the average person. So there's a lot of stuff coming. They're learning a lot of stuff, what people like, what they don't like. They're trying to add more activities in, more stuff to do. So give them time. They'll figure it out. They'll know what works, what doesn't work, and keep adding stuff and improving. I haven't lost faith yet, but I can't complain. I've seen improvements on certain things I didn't like. They keep doing a lot of quality of life changes with events and the calendar and the chat. And now they're adding more events now for server versus server, for island stuff. They're starting to add stuff. I would like to see more stuff in the open waters, like places of interest, like this island to take over, or a big sea monster that gives us buffs, and you have to build towards. They keep more stuff in game. I'm still a huge person that I've been fighting every time I talk to them, that you already have it in the game where you can lock this gate. Give us the capability of locking this gate. Make people want to fight for a gate. It'll add a lot more strategy to it, because then you have all these other gates all around, and if some other gang's trying to get into the middle, it makes more cooperation between your alliances and yourself to defend those gates for people trying to push in. I think it'd be really good to be able to lock, and then you could have, you can garrison in these things. Maybe you could do a garrison system like a lot of the games do, like Rock or Call of Dragons or anything like that. We don't need scouts. You should be able to already see people going in. And scouting ship kind of sounds weird, but you can see how many people are garrisoned in. But they could implement something like that. But I feel like just being able to just do a simple lock on this gate will create more strategy in that one little change than is already in the game for going into the middle, fighting for these different regions. Give us a reason why we want to fight for these regions and hold them down. Defend your land. Because once you get to the middle, it's just like, okay, everyone can just come in freely, and then you're just fighting. You're either just going to trade the whole time, or you're just giving up to the one big gang. But if you can come together and try to lock them out of the middle, there'll be a lot more strategy, a lot more cooperation between alliances, and a lot more fun in the game. It might be not fun for some people, but it will just add more stuff to do and create more PvP, where there's a lot less PvP in the game right now than there, and then a lot of games that are like this. Because you're mostly just, okay, these ports open, we're going to fight for these ports. After that, pretty much that gang wins those ports. Not many people fight for those ports anymore. They kind of just start working towards the next region, where this will give us an opportunity to, keep the fighting going, because they're going to want to keep pushing into this area. If they're not already in here, they're going to want to keep pushing to get in that area. But I'm also, like I said, huge person. Like put like every region have like a place of interest for a. We don't. It's well, we do and we don't. It's weird. We needed also a diplomacy system to be able to add friendly gangs and not be able. Yep, I agree. That would help a lot too. Have an alliance system where if they're allied, they don't take. That would save every leader. I already know we deal with it, and I know other gangs deal with it. That would save everyone's inboxes and complaints, and stress levels would go way down if that was a thing. Because you're always dealing. Well, this person attacked me auto trading. Well, this person attacked me here, and it was maybe a misclick, and it's just bad. I thought we were allies. Are we fighting? And then you have to explain, okay, it was a PvP event. We opened up fighting, and then it's like there's a lot of back and forth. So that would save so much heartache and stress levels. So yeah, I'd hope for that. That's a really good change. So for our gangs, like I don't know, I feel like we're still missing a part of the gang auction house. The only way to access it right now is when you're in the gang raid and there's items that drop. So like I'll show you right now. So if you start a raid, I can go into it, and then you have the total auction drops, and then you click this little arrow to see the bids. So you can kind of see these items right here that dropped, that people bidded on, and you can kind of see. But you're also supposed to get these little crystals, and we're not getting them, so I don't know why not. I've seen this thing filled up when the auctions was going to like over 200, and I don't know why we're not getting them. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get them at the end of the chest at the end of the gang thing. There's a chest at the end, and it just has an open jet. Maybe we'll get them then. But right now, that's the only way to get to the gang auction house for us. You have to actually be in the gang raid. And the more people you have in, the better drop rates you get. Also, for the enemies, not being able to replenish sailors in our ports is nonsense to defend a port. Yep. That whole import outport is really annoying. The only way you can defeat that, if you are the pirate leader and there's somebody that's doing that, and you're the pirate king, putting them as the traitor, I think banished. I think it's this one, the traitor's one. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But if you put them as the traitor, they can't do that anymore. That's the only way to stop one individual from doing it. Because with that traitor tag is you can't use enemy ports, or you can't stay in them unless they change that. But that's how you could stop that. But yeah, I agree with that. And they mentioned that in one of the captain logs that they're looking into it. I mean, so hopefully they can come up with a system when they get back from holiday to put that in there. Where say if there's fighting, like if the port is under attack, or at any time there's fighting in front of the port, like in a certain circumference of the port, that the enemy can't replenish their can't enter the port, or put like an attacking debuff. If you're attacking, you say like they give you like a 2-minute debuff of you attack this person, you can't enter their port for 2 minutes or 5 minutes. They could do it that way, something along that lines. Just put a debuff on your ship that you attack that person, so you're not able to enter you're an enemy of that gang, and you can't enter that port for 5 minutes. So I guess that's what you could do. Let's see what this part is, by the way. They're all talking about. I know there's a way. Oh, there it goes. Crit damage, crit rate. See, now that was a good roll. Now that's a roll that you like to see. Crit damage, 75%. Crit rate, armor bonus, impact bonus, attack bonus. That's a really good roll. That's a really, really good roll. I would love that roll. That's a good one. Hey, KS2K. Hope you're having a great day.
we're just kind of going over some things and improvements. And if you have any questions, definitely ask them, people. I know there's like 18 people watching right now. If you have any questions, you want me to go over any builds, question on trinkets, gameplay mechanics, we're covering everything. We have some really smart people in chat as well that have been answering things. So don't be afraid to ask. But yeah, that's a really good roll on the new ship parts. I haven't been that lucky. I mean, that's what I would really want crit damage. You know, I still need the crit rate because that's where I'm getting a lot of my crit from to keep my 100% crit rate. And then these extra stats are where you really want. So that's a really good roll. He got really lucky. And you got really, really lucky. How many more straight classes I have? Let's attack some. We'll attack Plunder God again. They broke the auction because I saw that the others you could enter from gang panel and take treasure that you want. Hope they will repair that with the new update. Yeah, I mean, we've only got to experience the auction house for the last week, and that's the only thing I've noticed. I mean, but things are really high. I mean, you have to have a lot of gems to be able to bid on anything. Not today, Plunder God, not today. Get wrecked. I think that puts me back at third. Oh, wait a minute. Why is John... Where's John? Is he not doing his... Well, now I can't stop there. I gotta pass Plunder God. Keep attacking him. The guy you showed up with the OP Stormbringer ship, can you go back to the Season 2 report and see what he was running on gems? So... We didn't have, so our guy that was running that, we didn't have the gems system yet. We still had the old system that I know Numbers Bob is still running. So they were running, I mean, I could tell you pretty much he was probably running the stat for taking on water damage. I forgot what it was called. He was probably rocking taking less damage from all damage types skill. He was rocking the one for 20 million trophies, which like it was increased, like I forgot what, it was definitely increased damage. I'm sure he was having the crit rate stat, but we had the old system. Oh, he ran burning damage, so Sideshow remembers. Because I said we did so many testing, things changed so much, but we had the old system. We didn't have the gems for that build. But there you go. You could probably rock burning damage gems, but definitely test them out. See which one works better for you. I mean, it might not be the best. Burning damage might not be the best one for you. Maybe taking on water damage for that would be better for overall. But we still had the old system for specialization. We didn't have the luxury of this new gem system that we just got this season. But sorry I can't help you with that one. But I can just like to tell you the builds. And like I said, I don't have the old reports anymore. They're all gone. I think I don't know what the delete rate is, but we used to have them stored up, Slideshow and I, and they're unfortunately gone. I think it's like 2 weeks the messages delete. Also, I know like if you use a different device that the chats don't really go across either, but I know they've been getting deleted. One thing I would like, this calendar thing is really good for, you know, you don't have to use Discord and everything to get people organized. But just one simple fix they need to do with this is when you do create one and someone's already in it, everyone should be able to share it. Right now, the only person that can share the event and get the word out is the person that created the event. But really good thing they implemented into the game. I'm pretty excited about. It definitely helps with some organization stuff. Are you going to use Wanda? If yes, where are you going to put her? So Fury, right now I actually am using her. I mean, we can't spin on her until tonight, but I'm going to be using her on my Stormbringer ship. And I wish I already am, but this is my first area where I want to test her on and, you know, really work out her. But she could probably work at a couple different. She could be on a cutthroat ship. If you don't have like a good Luna, she could replace Luna, and then you could have Kojo here, and then Bones, or if you have Oni Musha, but she could replace there, and she could also probably be well on an artillery ship as well. If you don't have a good Chi, she could work pretty well there. But right now I'm going for Stormbringer. It's just because the setup I have and the idea I have in my head. of how it's going to work is what I'm going to paper on my Stormbringer ship, and the unique skill I have for my Stormbringer ship, that's the way I'm going to go. So should they buff strategy build? Is the heaviest pay to win build, and the damage. I mean, double-edged sword there, I guess. I mean, it's definitely the biggest pay to win at the moment to have that, but it's not really pay to win because the damage is so low. My theory is, there's no really way to test this theory, but I have an assumption that you can make strategy damage really, really, really good when you have multiple ships attacking you and you have tons of splash damage skills. So I feel like if you can get a strategy ship so that'll be season 4, and you could technically put like a lot of splash damage on there, I think the strategy damage ship could become really, really strong. But I'm also not sure splash damage is just basic attack damage, or will it take into consideration if it's a cutthroat damage, strategy damage. I haven't been able to ask the devs that, but I mean, strategy damage is all AoE. Like, a lot of it's like, you're going to attack multiple ships. So I believe could be a theory. It's something we'll have to ask the devs when they get back from vacation to, maybe explain that out more. And we're trying to get more clarification out to everybody, through some of the content creators out there working with the devs, is that, just more explanation of how certain things work. What's considered into splash damage, what's considered to this damage, what plays a role in this, just get some better translations and some explanations out there. My ship parts? Yep, I can show you though. I'm going to show my ship parts, but you'll see while I'm going through these ship parts, you'll see that I'm using that trinket on multiple people already. Way ahead of you, brother. My flagship, I'm using the Sovereign set, which has a lot of HP bonus, critical resistance. I'm going towards. I'm more looking for critical resistance now than like armor and HP. But right now, I'm using this one's really good, critical resistance. But I'm still using a lot of 18 parts, as you'll see. So that's my flagship. My cutthroat, I'm using the cutthroat set. You could still use Blade of Freedom set. I think it's still a valuable set if you have good stats on them. I was focusing on crit rate because I wanted to get my crit rate up to 100%. So my cutthroat ship right now has a 100% crit rate. So then now I'm focusing on crit damage since my crit rate's there. So I'm using the cutthroat set. But again, Blade of Freedom could work there. But I'm using Blade of Freedom right now on my Stormbringer. And the reason behind that is I wanted as much attack as I can get for Wanda and Cordelia for heals. They scale off attack power. And Blade of Freedom is going to give you the best attack power. And I don't really care about crit on this ship because healing over time and all that and rage stuff can't crit. So I'm not using any crit on that. For the strategy, I'm using the Reaper's Banquet of the Reaper, which is a strategy set. I'm still working on crit rate on here, but still using level 18 parts, as you can see. So that's 21. That's an 18. That's an 18. And we have ship parts up to 25. I just haven't rolled anything good. And last season we had terrible ones. And then my artillery, I'm using the artillery set, Queen of Revenge. And what I'm going to be focused on here is still crit rate first, and then I'm going to work on crit damage, and then basic attack damage is my goal for this ship and these ship parts. But a work in progress. And like I said, I'll show you. If you didn't see Fury, like I said, I have, Oni Musha has the crit rate, his palace trinket. Boa is using his trinket, and my Sharky is using his trinket. So I have his trinket on all 3 heroes already. Already way ahead of you, thinking. For season 2, no, we ended up getting backstabbed by our allies, and it was a 3v1. We fought very hard. We ended up getting a port 5, but we ended up getting kicked out of the middle. But we couldn't. We had 3 gangs about the same size or bigger than us. That it was a 3v1, and we got pushed completely out of the middle. But it's okay. Life goes on. You only lose a couple conges. You just know to not ally with those people ever again if you ever meet up again. I mean, that's about it. You just kind of keep that in the back of your mind for the next coming seasons. Because, I mean, we'll probably meet each other again at one point, and we'll just know. And we'll get our payback. So like I said, yeah, I already have Palace and all that, and I have multiple heroes because of the crit rate and everything. And then, like I said, I'll show you my Cutthroat ship. Already has, 100% crit. Don't need to go over 100. You don't need to go over 100. It doesn't add any value. And then my crit damage is 154.2% crit damage percent. Which there's the explanation of what crit damage does. So let's see. Rocky gets out of the way. So I'm just like I said, I already have the 100% crit. Now I want to get to more crit damage. Is my goal for my Cutthroat. And of course, also increasing its health, armor all the time, because more health, more armor, more it's going to survive. But we won't be able to test Wanda, like I said, really until I'm able to get her 6 stars tonight. As long as Lady Luck's with me. And I think she could work on Cutthroat, replacing Luna. I think she's going to work great where I have her here. If you're in other seasons that have the healing ship, I think she'll be great on the healing support ship. Like I said, I think she could probably work on artillery ship. She might be able to work on Flagship, but I doubt it. You really want to keep it, everything's still based off attack power, and your Flagship's going to have the least amount of attack power. So you don't want anything that's going to rely on attack power to be on your Flagship. That's the current meta really right now. I mean, keep your Flagship tanky, because then if you lose your Flagship, you die, and all your other ships sink. It looks like the gangs that take 7 port in Season 2 are together now in Season 3, and who didn't, could be. That could definitely play a role in the matchmaking system. I know the only thing they mentioned to us that how the new matchmaking system works is activity, gang power is the only thing they've told us. But they said there's other things that go to consideration, and that could be it. If whoever takes Season 3 ports will go against each other as well. That could be a good observation. Is your artillery ship your lowest HP ship for bait 1? Not. I mean, it might be, but it's not by because I want it to be. See, HP is 5 million on artillery. My strategies actually has lower. This one has 5 million in my Cutthroat. So, I mean, it's technically not the lowest one. It's close. It's not because of, I'm trying to bait it into getting attacked. Because it's really usually my second strongest attack damage ship for damage-wise. So, it's not my goal to try to bait. I don't really. The ship I guess I would want to bait is maybe my strategy ship, but I don't have that any kind of mindset of that. That's my goal, to have a low health. And usually, the only ship that's going to attack a low health ship or a low HP ship is Cutthroat. So I don't. That's still leaving other ships to be attacked. I don't know if that's a good strategy or not. It's just definitely nothing I've tested. Pretty much, I guess that's what really would go. The strategy. The Cutthroat ship should attack my strategy ship. In reality, because of its HP. I mean, let's see. I can go back to the Straits and we can see if his Cutthroat attacks my. Let's see. It'll be this ship right here. So that's my strategy ship. And it looks like it got attacked first. So yeah, technically my strategy ship is getting attacked first. But is it a bait? Not really. I'm not trying to bait it out like that. It's just how it's working. And I guess, yeah, this ship is getting the second most damage and it has the second most health. But it's nothing that I'm really trying. It could work. I mean, there isn't like an armor ship that's out there. No problem, Slideshow Man. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your workday. I'm sure we'll talk more once reset happens and we get our Wanda and we can test later. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, I could see that if they're trying to use like a tanky, like a really high armor ship, because there is the Providence out there that's an armor ship. They'll at least last longer, and if it has low HP, they could bait the Cutthroat there. But, I mean, if you have a strong enough Cutthroat, you could probably one-tap that ship. I have done it in the past. I actually got called, in Season 2, this guy called me a cheater, or he said I was hacking because he saw me one-tap his ship before, like when we were attacking in the open seas. It was pretty funny. How did you check your ship's current... Oh, yeah. So you just go into, click your little flag up here, which opens all your ships. And you click the little eye icon for attributes. And you just scroll down to advanced ones, and you'll see your crit rate, your crit resistance, your crit damage, your healing bonus, and it has all the other stats, too, as you go through. And like I mentioned, if you have the gem specializations, we just got ours in Season 3. We didn't have it in Season 2. So these gems, they go across all your ships, not just your flagship. So keep that in mind as well. No problem, Niche. But yeah, keep track. I mean, like I said, my complete theory, this doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean I have the best ideas, but how it's worked out for me is to try to keep crit rate as high as possible first, and then work towards crit damage for your damaging ships. And that's been working well for me. The higher crit rate, once you get 100%, then you start focusing on more crit damage and attack power. And that's why I'm rocking the Palace on all my ships, because it gives me the additional crit rate, and then it's also giving me all the extra damage if it's on the first mate. Because before those trinkets came out, I was rocking Bones Trinket on like everyone I could, for just the crit rate. I knew that the second skill went stack. I knew that it would only go on Captain as well, but that 36% crit rate was better than any other trinket out there that you could use just for that first stat. It would increase my damage by a lot. Have a good one, Fury Man. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. But if anyone else has any questions, like for crit rate, crit damage, ship builds, theory ideas, I'm here to help. That's what the stream's here for, answering questions to actually, help people have questions in Discord. Stop over here. I'll try to answer them. It's easier to answer on a stream than it is to keep typing and paying attention to Discord. But if you come in here and ask your questions, I can always try to answer them as best as possible for you guys. And again, I'm sorry if my voice kind of goes up and down, and you might hear me chewing on some candy or Halls. It's because I've been dealing pretty much with a sore throat and stuffiness for the last couple, pretty much week and a half. So, but I'm still trying. I'm still trying to answer questions for you guys, fighting through it. It's going to take me all the way to pity on this. Well, there's 2 more 10 spins. I'm at 70 pity now. I mean, I'll definitely have enough funds to get it, but... And all I'm going to get when I get one of these, I'm just going to break it down for my Wanda trinket this week, tonight. I already have 2 already broken down, I think. Trinkets. Where do I go? Here. Yeah, so I have 2 little crystal gems I already have waiting to upgrade to ascend my Wanda trinket tonight. And I've been saving the other shard so I can instantly level it all the way up as high as I can when I get it. I don't need these anymore. Did you max out Ophelia's trinket? I heard that it's the key as she gains speed. Yep, it's probably one of the best Season 1 trinkets. And I have it maxed right here. Yeah, it's very good. It's a very good trinket. And I can't remember what they buffed. I think it was the 50% probability. They didn't tell anybody, but this definitely increased in mid-season 2 so maybe like a month ago. After the trinket came out and after like a week or so, this actually got buffed. And I think it was because this was 30%. and it might have been, I think it was 30%, but it's at 50% now. And this is probably one of the best trinkets for Season 1, especially if you have the hero and she's really strong for artillery. It's a really good trinket. I mean, just the 36% artillery damage increase is really huge. It's very good. You could even rock probably maybe 2 of those if you didn't have the other ones. Like if somehow you roll 2 of these for some reason, you could probably use 2 of them and then just use the artillery damage off of it over some other things. But these are my trinkets. I mean, yes, they're very good. They're very leveled up. But I'm definitely not the best person with trinkets on our server. Not even close. Do you find that all the additional rage you get somewhat? Not the amount of rage I get at the moment. I don't think so because of the cooldown. But with me leveling up Wanda, I might run into that. I mean, because she's going to give more rage and everything. Never really considered it. I mean, it's also you can't really see the rage. I mean, unfortunately, like I said, I wish you could see the buffs and debuffs that are on your ships, so you could test that and see how much is getting wasted. And then you could maybe see a cooldown. But right now there's not a fully way to test it. But I could see that maybe running into an issue, especially if I'm rocking on my support ship. If I was rocking like Cordelia, Django as like the first mate, and then I'm rocking Wanda all maxed out with her trinket and everything. You could maybe run into an overrage problem. Maybe. Could be a thing. Something to think about, MD9. Good theory. Hey, how you doing, Avanash? Or I'll call you Varma. Hi, Stunna. Which do you prefer for gunner on tank flagship? Rank 2 Magnus or R12? Ooh. That's a toughie. Armstrong is really good. I mean, for what she is and the blue, and you probably have her maxed out, like you said, a rank 12. Because Magnus doesn't get... Oops. Because he'll have that one on rank 2. But he really doesn't get his shields or takes less damage until later on if you have a more stat. So if you only have an R2 Magnus to your Armstrong, I am not 100%, but I'm going to say a good 90% sure your Armstrong is going to perform better than your Magnus is going to. Just because he's not going to have the skills that make him, better than her. Because you're already going to have her maxed out, and these things, her skills are already going to be maxed out, and he's just going to have 1. But later on, if you do get more stars on him, I think Magnus will be a replacement. But I don't think, with how the game works right now and the skills, I think Armstrong is going to be a better pick right now for you. Until you at least get him the 4 stars. If you get him the 4 stars, I say Magnus is definitely a replacement for Armstrong. But with only 2 stars, I still think Armstrong's stronger. I'm at the end of Season 1. You make me get Ophelia instead of Griffin. Screw strategy. Yeah, if I had to pick between the two, I would have went with Ophelia. I mean, I'm definitely getting more of a benefit. She's definitely a better support. I mean, Griffin will do a little bit more damage than her, but she buffs her. The heroes that she works with buff, and then these weren't too difficult to get. I mean, we had the luxury of getting Chi early, and I, for some reason, kept rolling Chi. Like, even when she became on the regular purple shells, like, every hero I pulled was Chi. It's like, every hero. I don't know what happened, but, like, that was my luck. So, like, she got maxed out super fast. So, it just made her better to keep supporting her. But Sharky is still probably the best artillery character in the game. I mean, even at 4 stars, he's insanely strong, just at 4 stars. Which level is better to level up construction cabins? Well, what do you mean, Alexis? Like, you talking about are you talking about the shipbuilder studies? Like, what levels you have them at? Because right now, I kind of stopped leveling these. I mean, because was it like 1% every? Where is it? I know there's a percentage. I'm just trying to remember where it is. Ready hands. Am I in the right one? I know it's a very short percentage, if that's what you're talking about. So I just stopped letting else and just focusing my billers on all my stuff that I just need to, and then just using speed ups when I need them. But maybe I'm just confused in your question about level up construction cabins, which is better. Unless you're maybe asking which cabins are better to level up first. Maybe that's your question. I already have a 4 Sharky, but a 2 Chi. Well, your 4 Sharky is still going to be, no matter what, better than your a level 6 Chi, in my opinion. My Sharky will always outdamage my Chi no matter what. So, I guess you're not in that bad position, I would say, because your Sharky's still going to do more damage. And the only reason I have my Sharky at a higher level is that pretty much every scroll I've gotten from like the PvP store, like the stuff you can get from, oops, wrong one, the trade store, the rogues, all these scrolls, I've used these scrolls on Sharky every time, just to keep buffing him, because I just could not roll him. Every time I would just get like a Chi, I get a different hero, and every time I've gotten one of these scrolls from here or from the end of the season, I've used it on Sharky, and that's the only reason why he's leveled up. But his damage is amazing. I have the Fearless Princess and 4 Molly, and so I'm in com. So yeah, Molly, it's hard to test Molly too. Again, like because we can't see the debuffs and the active uptime on them. But if she works how she says she works, I mean the debuffs that she does for healing, because everyone's going to have healers, I mean, she's really good. If this is really a thing, this will help. I mean, she's definitely better, because then also when you get Oni Musha, he has a healing debuff as well. I think it's this one with the brittle armor. The healing received against the enemy that's wounded will also get less healing. So if those work, but there's just no really good way to test that in the game at the moment of saying, okay, the healing debuff was active for like 5 seconds, and I could see on the report that when that healing debuff was going on, I did much more damage than that ship. So we're running into that problem where we're not able to test 100% of how, is that hero going to benefit us more because of that healing skill or brittle armor debuff on them, until we can actually see how long our buffs are up or down. It's just kind of guesstimating at the moment, see what works. You know what I just noticed? The oars here, they look like forks or spork. And I'll never foresee that. And now it's all in your guys' head, that the oars look like sporks or forks. You're welcome. That's going to live in your head now every time you see it. They look like a utensil. And if you're in Season 3, if you're in the same region as me, kind of a quick tip for guild rep, if you're going for the Grasslands Trading Company, the Elephant, what we found so far is for rep-wise, if you're trying to push, Raging Tide Bay to Crimson Flames is the best ones. It's like 40 seconds between each other, and that's with me not even having sailing speed really strong. You could almost probably get it less, and you could finish it in like less than an hour if you have good sailing speed. From 150 tradings back and forth, you could finish under an hour. So that's a really good one for rep. For gold, I don't know yet. I mean, usually the starting area for gold is not really good because you don't have the higher ports for the better items. That'll come later on. But for at least Grasslands, if you're in the same area, I mean, this one right here is the best for trading back and forth. But I'm getting there for my gangs. I mean, we haven't even opened the second area, and I'm pretty far into my gang rep. So I'm pretty happy where I am, ahead of the game for this season. But my season 1 was definitely slacking. There was so much fighting all the time that I never really got to catch up, and I still haven't caught up. We've been fighting in our season 1 for the last 3 seasons. Well, this is season 3, but for the last 2 seasons, even after season 2 ended, we were still fighting in our season 1. So it was always hard to keep working on my guild rep for season 1. The extra heroes are really good. I was kind of disappointed. The guild rep for season 3, like the benefits, season 1 and season 2 are 100 times better. You only get a chest for season 3 for being worship, and it's just a couple conges, some hammers, and a design chest. I mean, it's really for all 3. Where you're and worship on all these, you're getting heroes, which is huge. I mean, what the game thinks a hero is for value is 20,000 green gems. That's what the game values as a hero. For a full hero is 20,000 green gems, which is like $200 in USD. And then season 2, you were able to get trinkets, which I don't think it shows on here anymore. It doesn't. But season 2, you were able to get trinkets, which is just as good. But season 3, you're not getting anything good. And I don't know what happens in season 4 for guild reps. Hi, can you call me? Okay. Avanesh. Somehow my strategy ship is losing combat strength numbers. If I change it from blade to Reaper parts, it got me confused as to what I could be doing wrong. Any ideas? So you're losing combat strength in number. So are you talking about when you change out your ship parts, you're seeing the power level go down? If that's what you're talking about, I really wouldn't worry about that. Like, if you go to here, I'm just going to grab the ship part, and you change this to, I'm going to just do this, replace this, and you're seeing that number pop up there, power right there, and then if you change it back, I'm going to have that one, and you're seeing it go back up. Is that what you're talking? So I wouldn't worry about that number at all. That number means nothing in reality. What really matters is like the stats that you're changing it out for. Like each stat's based differently, so like a crit rate I think is the highest base stat. So it's going to give you, it's going to show up more power. But if that's not something you're like looking for, I mean, it's not going to be. So that power thing that's not going to really impact you much. I mean, it's just a number to look at, saying, okay, I can gain more combat power. But in reality, if your stats aren't good on this, it doesn't really mean anything. So I really wouldn't worry about that actual number, because if these stats are working better for your ship, I would rock that. Don't really look at combat power. In season 2 and season 3 are the only 3 guilds on the entire map, or season 1 are present too. So for the season 1 guilds, they're only in season 1. You have to always go back to season 1 to be able to do the season 1 guild rep. And then season 2 always had season 2 ones, and then these are the only ones that are going to be in season 3 as well. The 3. So you have to always go back to season 1 to do the rest of the rep. Too good I made the worship. Too good I made worship with Transylvania and Plant and Guest, so I can get Luna. Nice. I mean, I agree. Like that's the season 1 guild reps are out of any of the guild reps, especially the ones out of season 3. Season 1's worth more. And like I said, and how the game values complete hero tokens. They per the gang auction house, they say that's worth 20,000 gems. So that's $200 in reality of USD. So that's what they're saying. So yeah, guild rep in season 1 is worth $200 each one you hit worship on. If you want to look at that as what the game says, that's what that's worth. Where, like I said, season 3 doesn't have. They just give you guild chests for this season. and Season 2 gave you the trinkets. So, yes, guild rep in Season 1 is still worth going back and doing. I mean, it's definitely worth the while, especially if you need the heroes. And they're get really strong when you're about to max a hero. So you already have this, like, say, like my Luna, for an example. Once you max her and you say you roll her again, you'll get, like, so if you roll if I roll like a Bones or like a Chi that are already maxed, the amount you get back for those fragments, it's terrible. The return investment, if you roll another Chi, like if I roll another Chi doing the Kanjas, I get like enough return value to like roll, like I would have wasted like 10 or more, but to get all the way up there, and I roll her and I get the fragments, and the fragments is like worth like 2 con shells back. So once you max a hero, and then so if you can get heroes close to that, and then you can kind of put those fragments into use, that's the best way to do it, because the more you have to try to roll for them, and you already have some maxed out heroes, there's a good chance that you're going to roll that hero you already have max, and your return investment is going to be terrible. It is not a good time. I can tell you that. So kind of keep that in mind. But no, like Season 1 guild rep is still very, very good to go back and do when there's nothing to do in the Season 2, 3, 4 you're in. Just to keep finishing out those heroes, getting those extra hero tokens. Because like I said, to put a value on it, the game says it's $200. So currently at the end of Season 2, is there a value in saving purple shells for Season 3? Not sure. There is and there isn't. For the blue ones, purple or gold ones for sure. You'll still have the regular spending ones. You do have this extra event here, the Will of the Departed, that if you promote a hero, you'll get more shells. Obtain a hero, you'll get more shells. But is it worthwhile? I mean, the first one is obtain 1 hero, you get 5 gold shells. After that, the cigars are really important. But in my personal opinion, the blue, purple shells, whatever color they are, I'm a little colorblind, so I might be messing up the color, so I apologize. I think they're purple. I would always just keep spending them on trinkets. You're gonna need more You're gonna need to do more spins on trinkets than you're ever gonna need to do on heroes, because they're always gonna be getting ascended. They're always gonna be, unless you've completely maxed. Like some people, can almost max out their trinkets, and they don't might have to roll trinkets again. But in the longevity of things, you're always gonna need to be leveling them up. So you need to keep rolling trinkets to keep leveling them up. I mean, once you get them all ascended across the board, you won't need to. And then if they ever add any more ships in the game, you can add more to a fleet. You're going to have to roll even more. But for heroes, I just always use my gold ones, except for the gold when I need to get the trinket. After that, all my trinkets come from the purple conjas. So to go back to your question, is there a reason to save them? Not really. Just save the gold ones for the new heroes. The things you should be saving up for going into Season 2 and into Season 3 are planks and cigars. Because you're going to need to level all your heroes up with cigars. And the amount of cigars it takes to level up these skills is astronomical. It's like, I'm trying to remember what last time I upgraded this skill was for a cigar. For one hero, I'm going to say it was like at least 50 cigars. So you got to think, you have to do that for 9 heroes, 6 cigars, and that's just the bare minimum for all your ships, if you have all your ships. Oh, sorry. No, you're going to be more than 9. You're going to need 12. So you're going to need level up 12 heroes if you have all your ships, and then any additional heroes that you're using. So like, I had to use more for Wanda a hero I don't have. I have had to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I've leveled up 15 heroes so far with cigars, not even counting their other skills that are like 50 a pop. So you should be stacking planks and cigars as much as possible, because you're going to need them. That is probably the biggest thing you should be thinking about when going into a different season. What am I stacking? I'm stacking cigars and planks, because if you go for the artillery ship, guess what you're going to need? You're going to need, and you get a gold one, you're going to need gold planks. And then you're going to need about, to go from 1 to at least 31 is like 50 million gold. I think. 1 to 30, 31 is like a 50 million gold. I think to get to 1 to 35 is 100 and something gold. So that's really what you should be looking for. Not much about the conjures though. How do I cross the border? I'm stuck in one place. I can't go to another place. Said you can't sail to this target. Are you so like our region? We're kind of stuck in this region right now. If this is what you're talking about, if you're in this region right here, and you have to look at these little gates right here, the stronghold gates or the passes as they're called. If they're locked, they'll have a timer on it. They'll say you can't declare war until 1 day, certain amount of hours. If you try to pass that, you'll get the you can't sail to this target location if you try to do that because the gate's not open. So check your pass timer and see if that's there. Yeah, the cigars. I mean, I've been stacking them every time the Baron vendor's in there. It's always an instant buy for cigars. You know, especially with 40% off. Because the only way to get those is pretty much buying them, besides killing the frigates. And the game says that's worth 100 gems per one. So in the Barons, you're getting 3 for if you get 40% off. I think you get 3 when this pops up, and it is 60 gems. So you always want to stack those because you're gonna need them for heroes, especially if you're having legendary heroes. They're going to be hard to come by, and the planks are going to be hard to come by. I'm trying to remember. They're under here. Other. So I have 328 planks, and I think if I level up another legendary ship all the way up, that's not enough planks to even do it. I forgot. I had the count. I think it was like 500 and something planks you need to go from like 1 to 35 on a legendary ship. And if you wanted to test multiple ships, you're going to need these planks. And you're going to need that gold to level them up. And then, like I said, for heroes, you're going to need all the cigars. Like, I don't even know, where's my cigars? They're not there. Are they here? So hero cigars, 346. I've been stacking as much as possible. But these will go quick. Once my heroes hit another milestone, so once they hit 90, it's going to be over 50 a pop for each of these heroes. And then when I level up Wanda tonight, all these skills that she's going to have, there's going to be at least 50 a pop for cigars as well. So it adds up very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. So it's something to think about per season. Because you always know there's going to be more heroes coming out. You always know there's going to be another ship coming out. So if that's something you're going to go for, you're definitely going to want the planks and cigars. And you always know heroes are probably going to keep going up in level until they maybe cap them at a certain level. Maybe 100's the cap. I don't know if with Season 4, if there's a higher level. Maybe there is. I don't know. I haven't been in the Season 4 to see what the level, and I haven't actually asked anybody. But I know Season 3 goes all the way up to 100. I don't know if Season 4, like I said, the heroes will go up more. But if they do, you're going to need more cigars. So it's always something you want to keep stacking and keep in the back of your mind. You're always going to be using them. I did get number 2 back. I think I have more Royal Rumbles to do. Anyone else have any questions? Things you want to talk about? Strategy, heroes, trinkets, things that are coming in Season 3. Any strategy ideas you want to talk about? Theory crafting? Definitely ask them. I'm here to help any way I can. Try to answer your guys' questions. And at least give you my opinion of everything. Or how I see things, how the game works. I have had the luxury of, spending a good amount of money on the game, so I've been able to test a lot of things to answer a lot of questions and things I've got to test that some people that spend less haven't been able to test and be able to try things out. So, you can use me for a resource. Come on, Bone, snipe, snipe, snipe. I did no damage to that shield at all. I think the game messed up. It did. Okay. I was like, Bones just did 0 damage to that shield. I'm like, what the heck? You want to see my damage output? Yeah, let me finish this and I'll show you. I can show you through straight damage, through the straights, and I can also show you report through the port we just attacked last night. Let me just finish this Rogue's Rumble real quick, and I'll show you those reports. And also, mine can differ from yours. It matters what unique skill you have on your Warhammer. Your Warhammer's unique skills can play a big difference in what damage what certain heroes do on your Cutthroat ship. So keep that in mind. I did make a guide on the different skills. The video came out a couple days ago all about the unique skills in the Warhammer. But I'll show that in a second. Let me finish this up. Okay, that's over. So if I go back into the straights, and I can show you, I'll show you this report. Stats. My Cutthroat is pretty much doing double the damage of any ship that I have out there. And looks like this time Luna did more damage than at my Oni Musha. And then Bones, of course. But I know Bones can do more damage. It just matters what unique skill you're using on your Warhammer. And use this as an example. Go to this report from a port we attacked last night. Well, I can use Slideshow because he's pretty similar to me, but he has a completely different unique skill. And you'll see his Cutthroat was more than all his damage of all his ships. And his Oni Musha did, well, actually, no, I lied. His Bones did more damage than his Oni Musha and his Luna. But he's using these, I think it's called Sever Damage unique skill, and I'm using the other one. I'm using, for my unique skill, the same old trick, which is taking whoever did the highest crit skill in the first 10 seconds and doing that skill again. So whoever gets off the highest crit in 10 seconds will always have the highest damage on my ship, because it's going to keep doing that same crit every 10 seconds. So it comes between these two who does the highest crit damage, because Bones isn't going to do it. But if you're rocking the other unique skills on your Warhammer, you're going to get a completely different outlook than I'm going to get. Hopefully that answered your question. Damage output. So highest level raid monster should show something. Kinda. It's maybe. I mean, we'll go watch. We'll go test it. Let me see if we go find a 68. Okay, there's some over here. Let me sail over here, and I'll do a report from that. Speed it up a little bit. While we're flying, let's see what this is. You mentioned that Cordelia, Tanaka, and Adeline is the best of Stormer. Yep. Would it be better that Barnacle, or would that be better than Barnacle, Adeline, and yes. If overall, if you have like those three heroes with that skill, it would be better than that Barnacle, Adeline, and yep. For now, if you're, because Adeline will still be your highest damaging person on that, like the build you just gave me, but the sustained damage to be able to stay alive and keep pumping all that crazy damage will be much better. You have crazy survivability with that setup, the first setup you gave me with that skill, because Adeline's speed keeps doing more damage, or she keeps being able to attack more, which is going to make Cordelia heal more, and you're going to have high attack on there. And how that Vagar skill works is, if you have any kind of dot damage on the ship, it'll increase rage as well. So for sustained damage and to keep heals pumping, because I have, I'll show you. I mean, just to go back while we're sailing over here, if I go back into the Straits and look at a report from when John did attack me, and go to his. I mean, his healing, that was my healing from my Cordelia with this setup, very low. And then you go to his setup, which he might have changed this, but oh, okay, he still has it. So, I mean, that was what, three times the healing. and she did more damage, and the ship did more damage than most of my ships. I know Cutthroat's like outshining people right now with the new hero, but he also has an 8-star, or no, sorry, a 10-star, no, wow, 12-star, wow, sorry, 12-star Oni Musha as well under there. But Stormbringer's still doing really good damage, really good heal, especially with a healer. It's his second highest damage ship with a healer. Think about that. He's literally giving up a damage spot with dot damage, which already takes longer fights will, make dot damage do better, but short fights it doesn't do well. And it's still his highest damage ship. So think about that. And he's getting crazy amount of healing on top of it to keep him still in the fight. We literally tested it a lot with different setups, every way we could. The 3 whales, we went against each other as much as we could, and that was the best setup we could come up with against each other. And what was better survivability and damage output. And for Season 2, there's nothing that's going to compete with it at all. There's trinkets. Yep. Let me just do this. Click that, and then go to the next one. And I'll get these reports since that's what you said you guys wanted to see. 68. Looks like I had people teleport on me, so I guess I'll help my gang members. If I go back into there, sorry, Straits. Report. Now again, you might get a little bit different results because these trinkets are really good and they're leveled up high. But he's using the elixir on Cordelia. He's using the attack trinket, the spyglass on the Tanaka, and the blood fang on Adeline. But he hasn't maxed out. I mean, so you might not get the crazy amount of performance he's getting, but it will be definitely better than if you're rocking setup against setup. It'll still be better than anything that's out there. And I can tell you, he was probably the only one, at least on our server, that figured it out. And I can tell from people's videos and the people's posting in Discord, I didn't really ever see anyone, either unless they were hiding it, just never mentioned it or figured that out, of the consistent damage and the healing it can output with that skill, unique skill. I can't mention enough how. Oops, I'm attacking a flag. Sorry. I can't mention enough that unique skills can change every which way your heroes are going to attack. So every ship has a unique skill, and these all change. If you buy the ship, you're going to get the same one. Oh, that one doesn't, because that's just. But these skills are different, especially when you build. The buying ones are usually like the middle ground. Like if you buy the ship, you're going to get the middle ground. That'll work with everybody usually. It'll work with every hero. It won't be terrible. It won't be, but it's just like probably the best skill to very generic, where you don't have to put much thinking into it. Especially with the Warhammer, the original Warhammer one. But I ended up building a Warhammer because I wanted the crit damage one, because I knew I was going to already go for 100% crit, and then I was going to focus on crit damage, so I felt like that skill was going to be the best skill for me and for my build idea I had. So, is it the best one? Not really. I mean, maybe not, but it's working for me the best. Because I know my counterpart Slideshow, he rocks the other one he just hasn't got any luck building, but he is rocking the original Warhammer skill that comes with it, which is a Fleet Sunderer. Sorry, that's the one I'm thinking. But which, the ship launches a basic attack. There's a 20% probability that it will deal cutthroat damage equal to 200% of its attack to the target. The skill can be triggered at once every 10 seconds. The damage will increase as the target's HP lowers. So the lower the HP, the more he's going to do. So like longer fights with like things that have really high HP, that's going to make other heroes shine better than ones that are just going to be popping off crits right away early. The longer the fight, that skill does better. because the lower the HP they get, the more damage it's going to do. So definitely read the unique skills. They can play a huge role in your builds and how you're kind of trying to build out your ships as well. A lot of people do not put that in consideration when looking at ship parts and your heroes and everything. There's quite a few builds out there you could rock. It just matters what has the game given you at that time, and it doesn't make sense for what you have at that time. Because the skill I have in my Warhammer now didn't make sense in Season 1 at all. It would have been a lot less damage because you didn't have the chance of critting all the time, and you didn't also have the high crit damage until you got the trinkets and you got the better ship parts. So that first unique skill that I'm using now would have made 0 sense to use, and I would have been a lot weaker than the other ships. What ship parts are better to focus? Damage, HP, armor, attack bonus, etc. Make us a row from the best to worst. So it's kind of hard because it matters what ship you're talking about. I mean, your flagship is going to want different stats than my cutthroat, and then my cutthroat's going to want different damage than my Stormbringer. So if I'm going to just go off of DPS wise, best stat, crit percentage. After crit percentage, crit damage. Third would be attack or flat damage. If you can get flat damage, that's even better, but that's going to be pretty hard, I feel like. Or if you're just trying to go cutthroat, if you're rocking the cutthroat damage skill, that it's going to go off your cutthroat damage, you're probably going to want more cutthroat damage on that ship. Then, but flat damage will count as cutthroat really too, so either or will work great. But for all damage, you're going to want crit percentage to 100%, and then get crit damage as high as you can for straight up damage. Now, if you're looking for, your flagship, you're going to be looking more for and this is my opinion, like after you got a decent amount of health, like your flagship surviving, a good amount, and it can handle a lot of damage with your HP. I mean, you want to get your HP high and your armor, pretty high too. But once you kind of see, like I had my HP at 13 million. I've been decreasing that more and more now, and I had made sure my armor made sense. So really, you want to kind of get your HP and health and armor at a certain level, and then I think the best stat after that is crit resistance. The less crit people can crit you, because the longer the game is going on, the more easier it's going to be for people to have crit rate. So the less they can put out on their crit damage is going to benefit you more. So I think crit damage, and that's why I'm going crit damage gems on my season specialization. So the more times I can get these crit resistances gems, I'm going to be rocking that over the HP and armor ones that you can get as well. Because these you can get HP bonus, or one of these are armor. So this one's armor. So I'm going over crit resistance. And then same thing with Stormbringer. If you're rocking, damage over time, crit damage makes no sense for you. Or crit damage and crit rate really doesn't make sense for you, because damage over time can't crit. So there's no point in having crit damage. So what you're going to want on I think a Stormbringer, damage over time ship, you're going to be looking more for total attack damage, and then you might be looking for flat damage, and then you might want to have a lot of survivability on that ship. So you want to maybe have a lot more armor and HP, so you can live longer to be able to keep your dots up and perform what damage over time does. It takes time to do that damage. So if your ship's dead, it's super fast. It's not even pointing having damage over time. So you need some survivability on there. So there's really no good tier list besides, if you're looking for straight up, like cutthroat or artillery damage, you're going to want crit rate, then crit damage. But each ship's going to kind of be a little bit different. But if I had to pick, two top stats for doing damage would be crit percent first, get it to 100%, and then focus on crit damage. Attack if you're a healer in this build, the damage is... Yep. So, so my Storm, any healer needs attack damage. So all their heals pretty much based off attack. HP equal to 96% of her ship's attack. Same thing. She has another skill. Cordelia had another one. Madame Lulu's the same way. Her heals are off of attack. a lot of support heroes are all based off of your ship's attack, so you can't go wrong. That's why Blade of Freedom was so strong when the other ship parts were so, didn't have all the extra bonuses that they just added onto them, because Blade of Freedom could literally work on every ship that you had. I know people, like if I go back to this report with slideshow, I'll just use this one, why not? And I go into, oh, no, I can't use that one. Hold on. Let me go to Straits, because I can't see his stuff there. So if I go here, and I go look at my report with him, he beats me, and he has a support ship with Madame Lulu and Cordelia, and he's rocking Blade of Freedom on there, again, because it increases their attack. And then I know some of his Cutthroat ship, he's actually using Sovereign set just to get that extra survivability in there for allow his Cutthroat ship to stay alive and do more damage. So the set pieces, I mean, they play a role, but they also, and he's got a mixed set here. It's just you got to find out which ones has the best stats for you at that time and what's going to benefit you. Don't look at combat power. That means absolutely nothing. It just matters what stats are going to make your ship work the best at that time and what you rolled on those. So don't get caught up in combat power and everything. But very good questions. There's a lot that can play a role, and it's everyone. My setup will not probably work for your setup, and because you have completely different ship parts and you have completely different heroes. But for what I have at my arsenal right now, this is what best is for me. Like I said, the Stormbringer ship that my friend John, or his name is Bedman in the game, his Stormbringer ship is going to be not the same as mine because I don't have the same heroes as him and I don't have those same trinkets and everything and ship parts. So I'm not going to get the same results as him on that. But when we were testing with, people that were pretty identical with ship parts and everything, that was the best setup for that Stormbringer. If you have, like I said, those ship parts and everything. But very good questions. Keep them rolling. Keep them coming. I'll try to answer them the best way I can. What else do I have to do before reset tonight? I'm pretty excited to max out Wanda. I'm sitting on 242 gold con shells, so I should have enough. My goal is to get her to 6 stars. I got Oni Musha without having a free Wanda already from the saga, and I got him to 6 stars in 235 shells, so I should have enough. But then I also need to get just one of her trinkets, so I hopefully have enough. That's what I'm hoping for. Well, we're talking about some polls. Let's do one right now. What should be the main point of focus in Season 3 progressing fast? Well, we're still pretty early into it, but if you're talking, hey, we got one. I'll be getting broken down. The main point of focus. Oh, if I'm just going to use what I know for a knowledge base right now, it's still trinkets. I mean, trinkets are going to be your top. And then your secondary is stargazing. For actual real power, your flagship means nothing. Once you get 31, flagship really doesn't add a whole lot of extra power. So what you really want to work on is, if you had to choose something, trinkets first if you're using conges. Next thing is to be stargazing. because all these additional, once you fill out these things, you're going to get these additional damage buffs and damage reduction, and then you finish season 3 or season 2, you're going to get the same thing with better benefits, and then you're going to get also the additional buffs. Like you can come out with a lot of extra stats by doing stargazing than you're going to get by just leveling up your flagship. So if I had to put a top list to focus on, trinkets and then stargazing, and then everything else afterwards, if I had to pick a focus. Because like I said, you're always going to need to level up your trinkets, you're always going to need to be ascending them, you're always going to need them. And if, like I said, if it keeps going past level 100, I don't know if Season 4 did, you're still going to need more trinkets to break down to keep leveling them up. I mean, I still need 1, 2, break down, that's 4. I mean, still one more. I'm one trinket short from ascending Wanda's trinket tonight all the way up. I'm going to be one short. Unless I get lucky here. And I can pull another gold and 30 shells. Which trinket's better for Oni Musha, trinket or bone? Which trinket? For I guess what hero? But I used to have bone trinkets on everybody for the crit rate. But now with the palace coming out, the Oni Musha trinket, you're gonna get the crit rate, but you're also gonna be able to get the secondary skill to work, which is gonna give you more cutthroat damage and overall damage as well. So you're getting the extra benefit if it's on the first mate. Where the bones trinket, you could only get the crit percentage to work because it had the captain's tag as well. But I have on my ships, I'm just using here where I had bones trinkets before the palace. I have palace on Oni Musha, Bones has his own trinket using the spyglass on Luna, and then for my strategy ship, I have Boa with the palace as well. I still have Molly with the, I'm just using this for crit rate, not using the extra secondary bonus. And then artillery, I'm using, the palace on Sharky as well for the additional crit on my artillery and spyglass as well. So overall, the palace is much better trinket than the bones one. So if you were using bones just for crit, I would swap them out and put them on your first mates to get the additional bonus on top of the crit. That's all done. Can't do an. I mean, gang raids are pretty much done for now. Hopefully that answered your question, Kurdish. I think that's what you're looking for. Hope I was able to answer that pretty well for you. Anyone have any other questions about builds? Concerns about maybe certain strategies, heroes, ship parts? I wish I could show you off better ship parts I had for season 3, but haven't got any luck yet. For season 3 Cutthroat, the ship ultimate skill, which makes the enemy armor decrease. Good with Oni Musha skill, which makes yep. I talked about this in my video for the in-depth Warhammer ship. I think that is a really, really good build that could actually outperform mine if it works well enough. That if you have Oni Musha with, he has his armor break skill, where, he decreases, no matter what level you have him at, but decreases it by, mine's at 14%, will decrease armor, and then the unique Warhammer ship skill, I think it's called, what is it called? Cost of Strength. which will go off of decreasing their armor, and on top of that, the amount of impact you have. And then if you also add, if you can roll the other impact skills like armor piercing, increase your impact, enhance armor piercing, on top of that, increase your attack and impact, and then like glass cannon, which will increase your impact as well. That can remove armor down to 0. I mean, you can get armor down to 0. It's just what it does is when you get armor to 0, you're doing 2% more damage. You do 2 times the damage when they're at 0 armor. So yeah, it's very good. And I think, like I said, we were talking about this earlier. Is there's no way to really test this, but how it should work is that you could have one guy with that kind of setup, decreasing the other. You know, if you're 2 people attacking one ship, that ship should be debuffed for the other ship. So if one guy has that, you know, reducing the people's armor down to 0, and then you have this big, you know, heavy hitter come in and attack them, and their ship's down to 0, they should be able to get that benefit as well to do that damage. So yeah, I think it's a very good option for a build, and I think it could work very well, especially if you have more people with it, so you can always keep people's ships down to 0 armor. It's a very good skill. I wouldn't be mad if I had it. I just think the one I have right now is working the best for my setup for crit damage. But no, good observation there, Curtis. I noticed it too, and I think it's a really good like a wombo combo, and it works very well with the new hero. I think it could work both ways. And like I said, if you can add the additional impact skills on your Warhammer, it'll just make it even better. So I don't know exactly what Randy's build is for Cutthroat, but was he rocking the Blade of Freedom on the Warhammer, and then was he rocking either like Cordelia here or Madame Lulu? Because I know of that build, if that's what you're talking about. I know we had a few people run that where it was rocking Blade of Freedom here, and then I guess you could matters what skill you're running up here, probably the Cutthroat damage one, the Sunderer one. And then you could rock Madame Lulu or Cordelia here, and you could get really good sustainability and damage out of that. Yeah, I do know of that one. I didn't know if that was something Randy was talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty well aware of that one. It's just I knew of it. It's just I was always in Season 2. I was still using my level 18 parts that were on my, Reconnaissance of the Black. These were my best set pieces for my Cutthroat. I didn't only had one really good Blade of Freedom set, and it wasn't that good. I didn't get good rolls on it, so I didn't have a good way to test. But I know other people in our gang were using it, and they liked it, and it worked very well for them. But I always had Kojo. Kojo's really good too. Man, he's just so strong. So if you don't have the shells to pull Oni Musha, and you were rocking the whole Kojo, Bones, and Luna, you still can't go wrong there. I mean, Kojo's still going to pump that damage. It's just the additional stuff that Oni Musha adds for healing factor, reduce, and armor. In the later game, I think he's going to be better. But if you're not a big spender and you don't have that many conges, I think you can still get away with Kojo. But no, it's a very good build. Like I said, it's nice. It just comes down to I don't like tier lists. I'm not a big tier list person. I don't think, because there's so many factors that can go into play, which I love about games like this. That's why I play strategy games to Theorycraft. That anything can really work. It just matters what you have at your arsenal at that time. Some people might have a Cordelia, some might not. Some might have Madame Lulu, some might have a higher Kojo. Someone might have a better Bones. It just matters what each individual has at a time, and trying to make it work the best that you can for what you have available to yourself. And if anyone's changed their build since they've been here and tried things out with some of the ideas I've given you, I would appreciate some feedback and let me know if it helped you at all, if you saw any differences, if you didn't see any differences, maybe something didn't work out. But definitely provide feedback. I'd love to know. I mean, the more people testing things out and providing feedback, we can, find stuff that works and doesn't work, and then if something that really doesn't work that should work some way, we can send that over to the devs, and maybe they can make some changes on how things interact with each other or buff some things. I know they're always looking for feedback, and they can't test everything. I mean, so if we can find something out that's not working, but like I said, if they give us the capabilities to test stuff and see things where with how long debuffs are up and all that, that would help a lot. So I'm hoping at one point that'll be a thing. All right, let me go back to my trade ship area. With limited gold shells and possible bad luck, would you focus on Oni 3 first or Oni 2 and have his drink? So I would get, well, if I was going to choose, like if I had to choose between trinkets and and I only knew I was going to get them like to a 2-star, I would go trinket first, because you can use the trinket on many other different heroes where he's just one hero. And if you're going to get him to 2-star, he's not really fully worth it until you get him to 4-star. So if I had to choose one thing out of the two to get first, if I knew I wasn't going to have any gold shells, I'd go trinket any day over the hero and still use Kojo. Or if, like I said, if you were rocking the Blade of Freedom set and everything else, and that you were using a healer there, that's a possibility as well. And then you wouldn't still need to roll for Oni Musha. But if you're gonna push Oni Musha to pass to 2 4-stars at least, and you're gonna at least get him 4 stars, I guess that would be the better bet to get him there to at least 4 stars. But if you don't have enough shells to get him the 4-star or have any time, I would go trinket first. Go first trinket. It's gonna help you in money other ways. So you have 154. How good do you think your luck is? I guess you should be able to get at least the 3 stars with that many shells, and that's not even counting your pity. But it's a risk you have to take if you want. But I wouldn't want him without his trinket as well. So no, it's you get Wanda for free for the season saga, like Tanaka was. So you get her for free, and then you get the purple trinket for free. So that's why I need less shells this time around to get Wanda, because I get the free Wanda, which is a 2-star. So you could risk it and try to go for a 4-star Oni Musha, which would definitely make it worth it then. But again, I would still want his trinket 100%. The safer bet, like I said, is to go for trinket first, and then later on, if you get more gold shells to get a 4-star Oni Musha, I would do that. But like I said, I use his trinket on 3 different heroes, so I think the trinket's worth it more than anything, because I can use it on different ships if I need to, instead of just using it on him. But if I had his trinket, I would be using it on Kojo anyways. Or if you had down a trinket for like a Luna, I would still use it on it, because you need it for first mate, so to get the bonus. So I'd still be using it for Kojo. But I think the trinket's going to give you a better benefit than just the actual hero at 1 or at 2 stars. So you're still in a predicament, but hopefully my opinion can help you out with making your decision. But again, that's just my opinion. I mean, use your shells how you want to use them, man. Or gal. I guess your name's Ryan, so I'm going to say it could be either or. Let's do another spin here while we're waiting for something to pop off. Okay, I need another gold trinket to break down for my Wanda trinket to max it out. No luck there. And do another spin in a few. But I really wish if I could choose, I would. If I already if I didn't know Wanda was already gonna be good, which I already can tell at 2 stars, she's really good. I've already seen some benefits and already a build that I already had in my head for my Stormbringer since season 2. I would want to push Oni Musha even higher, but I already know I'm gonna need more trinkets. I mean, I'm behind. Against everyone else that I can kind of say I compete with and like power wise, I'm behind in trinket levels for sure. They have definitely better trinkets than I do, and that's why they're beating me mostly. I mean, there's a couple other factors, but I mean between Slideshow and I that are really similar, he definitely beats me on trinkets, and now he's just surpassed me on stargazing. But that's where you're gonna get your real power from. From what I saw in Season 2, the best build and cheapest is Stormbringer is Lester, Tanaka. Yep. I would say the cheapest, that's the way to go, because you're already going to have a Lester right away. I mean, you get, I think he used to be the first hero you could pull. He was your guaranteed hero you would get when you first got in the game, once you got 10 gold shells. So you already have him. And Tanaka's your best one as your first mate there. And Adeline is 100% times better than, like, Ned. So, and she's just really good. So yes, for the cheapest, if you can get at least one of those heroes a piece, that would be a good. Yep, that's a good starting point. I can't argue that. You are correct. I would recommend somebody that's like a low spender, which I have, at least in our gang. Because people, that's like always the question. People always, where should I get it? I mean, things change all the time, so I want to know like what's the best you can do so you can kind of compete better. And like I said, if you have a right setup, you can punch a couple levels higher above you. I mean, I do it. I can at least beat a guy that's 36 above me every time. This guy, I don't know if I can see that. So I haven't beat his stargazing is awful. That's where he loses a lot of his power. But he has his flagship that he's 36. Good for him. It does nothing for you, and his ship parts are better. But stargazing is where the real power is at. I'm a low spender, so I can't afford to have all. No, that's understandable. I don't blame you. I don't recommend anyone to spend if they don't they can't afford it. Things are expensive in the world these days, and hopefully the other people that can spend money can, the ones that can't can at least benefit from the people that are spending. In game development and helping out and just helping you guys achieve a goal. But nothing wrong with being a low spender. Don't have to spend any money in the game, really. But if you choose to, I mean, there's things that are better than others to spend your money on. That is for sure. Even which I hate it because I'm a spender, but I also think it's really good, is that the both heroes from the VIP aren't like something that's like crazy broken. I think Boa is very mediocre. Like if I had to put her in a tier list, she's probably like B tier. So getting a good benefit of that means nothing for, power wise. I mean, she's okay. She's probably better in close combat than she is in naval battles for sure. And then Magnus is good, but only good to a certain point where you can literally almost replace him with a blue hero. So, being a free-to-play player, you're not going to be too far behind with bigger spenders for VIP and everything, which is good. And like I said, there's a lot of pay-to-win players out there that have terrible builds and get easily beat by other people. And the game is made where, if you've ever played any other strategy games, you don't have to worry about soldiers or anything, losing soldiers from a whale. You can lose sailors, but they come right back, and you don't have to pay anything to get them back if you don't want to. And there's not something you have to keep building. So, something you built up for a year, and some whale comes in and wipes it all out in, 5 minutes. That's one thing I love about the game. There's a lot of longevity to it. You're not going to rage quit because someone, completely cleaned out your whole base. There's a good entry into the game than most of these strategy games, which is the thing that really got me hooked. And another thing I love is that you can, even if you are a whale, if I have enough, if activity can outdo a whale. So if you have more people paying attention and working with each other, you're going to be able to kill a whale no problem. I mean, 3 people paying attention can kill a whale, but if I pull you out 1v1, I'll beat you then. But if working together, you can beat a whale no problem. Did you get stuck with incomplete bow or Magnus badge? I did not, but I know people did. So if you were using the voyage to get the additional trinkets, I know you can put a ticket in, but I know there's a problem when they ask you, hey, what one, because they'll exchange them for a different hero for you. They've already said they would, but I don't know how. There's no reply button, and when you're putting in a ticket, so I don't know how they're doing that. And like I said, unfortunately, they're very low, limited with headcount right now because it's Chinese holidays going on right now. So a lot of them are out until May 6th. They told us. So the ticket system is probably going to be very slow and backed up for that, especially they made that change right before they all left. So they said they will swap out whatever here those trinkets, those little fragments for different heroes. Just how they're going to do that, I'm not sure. What they probably should do is just give them as a Season 3 fragment, and then you can spend it any way you want, or Season 2 fragment. That's probably the best way to do it, so they can just correct that. Probably the easiest way. But if you have the VIP Discord, and when the support comes online for that, they can do that for you and get them exchanged. But like I said, unfortunately, it's bad timing. Like I said, they have a lot of their staff on vacation until the 6th. So give them some time. I'm sure they'll come up with an idea to get it figured out. I know it's frustrating. No Simp Association. Agree, Stunna. I've played games which one day PvP a whale can wipe you out your whole army, which took out your days or weeks to build. And there's some people that you could have spent almost $1,000 on building up troops, and guess what? You just got wiped out by a guy that spent $3,000. So I think it's very friendly to free-to-play players. I mean, people still get angry when you get killed. I mean, all the angriness I've gotten from killing people, I mean, I understand. But it's okay, you lost 1,000 troops. You're going to gain that back in a couple hours, and you can get right back in the game. I mean, you can still play the game without them. So it's just very friendly. I like it. It's a very smart idea that they came in with the game. It keeps the lower spenders in fighting. Now, like I said, I mentioned earlier, is that I really hope they just add other stuff that we can do in the game instead of, once you finish everything and fight for ports. I would love to see, like I said, the pass is locked, so you can keep fighting over passes where you can lock them just like they are now until we can get through them. I think they should add bosses, like world boss events or some kind of island takeover that might give you a buff for a week. For you hold this island, you get a 5% buff for the week for attack damage or money earned, and have that in one of these each regions that you can fight over with. And every week you have to build out towards and try to take it over and fight. I think that would be really good. I think they could add other stuff we could build to defend certain areas if they allow us to defend these passes. I just like to see more stuff that they have this huge map and just a couple ports to fight over. I would like to see it, more stuff added into the map for us to do and work together with each other. Keep gang activity up instead of just auto trading when there's nothing to do. I think the gang raids were a good addition that they did. I think the squad raids with the gems were a really good addition that they did. So they are listening. They're adding stuff and trying to make the calendar stuff better. I mean, hopefully they can fix the calendar and make it easier to share events and all that. But I mean, it's there, so they're making attempts. So it's getting better and better. And the game's still really young. I mean, a lot of these other strategy games have been around for 10 plus years. This has only been out for no more than 5 months. I mean, I've logged in every day, and I'm only been playing for 113 days straight. So still very, very, very new game. So they're still taking people's feedback and adding things in. So I'm happy about that. Can't complain. Cannot complain. Any other questions people might have, anything they want to see, any kind of things about unique skills, my opinions, definitely be free to ask. Try to help you anyway. Try to help you with your builds. Answer questions about the games. Come on, get to me right here. Finish me off. Ugh, come on. Yep, I can show you my builds right now. It's not 100% because I'm waiting for Wanda tonight, but I do have Wanda in with a terrible trinket, so don't judge me there. So my flagship is what I'm looking like. I have the 3 shields. I don't think rudder's very good, especially if Magnus. If you don't have Magnus and you're rocking Armstrong, the rudder's pretty good. But the buffs don't stack with each other because he already gives you that same buff. Rudder, or for my ship parts, I'm using Sovereign Set. Cutthroat, I have Bones, Oni Musha, and Luna. I have the Bones Trinket, the Palace, the Oni Musha Trinket on him, and the Spyglass on Luna. And then I also have using the Cutthroat set. And my Cutthroat ship also has the same old trick unique skill I'm using, which just records my highest Cutthroat damage crit, and it lets me do it again. My Stormbringer is my unique build. This is what I'm personally doing. I think it's going to work for me. I'm rocking Blade of Freedom on there. I have Cordelia as the captain, Tanaka to put the dots on to make the Varger's skill, Fury skill work. So I'll get increased rage for having dot damage on him every 6 seconds. And then Wanda's just going to keep adding more rage on top of it. This trinket will be replaced today with her trinket when I get to spin for her. So this is my build in my head for my Stormbringer. Very unique. Most people are not rocking something like this. This is my idea I've had for Season 2 with this unique skill. So I'll test that out tonight and see if it's worth it or not. And then I have my Griffin ship. For Griffin, Boa, and Molly, I have Griffin's trinket on there. And then I have the Boa with the Palace trinket as well, which increases crit and as a first mate damage. And then I have just Bones trinket on Molly for the increased crit. And then I'm also rocking the strategic ship part. Isn't Yamana better than Flagship? I don't think so. I think HP's at a certain point worthless. I think you should really be focusing more on crit resistance in the later game. But again, it matters what season you're in, and it matters also what kind of ship parts you have. Because right now with Season 3, it can roll almost any skill on any ship part, or any stat on any ship part. So your Yamada set could be better than your Sovereign set or Blade of Freedom set. It's very random right now, so you just use the best that you have at that moment. I mean, I've seen people with Sovereign sets on other ships just because it's better stats they've rolled on it so far. And then for my for artillery, I got the artillery ship using the Reluctant to fall behind. When an allied ship in the fleet launches a basic attack, there's a 10% probability that the ship will launch a basic attack immediately. This effect can be triggered at most every 4 seconds. And then I'm using, again, like the Queens of Revenge set on there. And then I have Ophelia's trinket. I have, again, the Palace on my first mate for the crit and everything. And then for Chi, I have the Spyglass. Do you think they would rather add a 6th boat or a 4th hero to boats eventually? Very good question. I think first what they would probably add is probably another boat, to be honest with you. to just put the heroes, but there's not enough heroes there yet, so it's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a while to even get there. I mean, they're adding 2 heroes pretty much per season on average, besides some of the really random ones they've added in mid-season. So to fill out a good additional ship or add more, I think they would need a couple more heroes. But I would personally, I think I would want to have more. Because they would have to change all the tags on all the heroes and everything if they wanted to add more heroes on the ships, because they all have different tags, captain, first mate. So they would have to change that around completely, or to change that. So I think they would add another ship first before any of that, and then start maybe adding heroes with that could be all around, like Cordelia, that could be in any spot to fill that role. So would still need more heroes. So I think, if anything, they would add another ship in your flagship first. From Shadow Knight, hey Stunna, would you love to see the tier list in the future video? Would do really good in terms of views as well as new players, as always looking for tier lists. Yeah, I guess I could maybe do one time. I'm just not a believer of them, and just because especially how this game works too, it's really hard to put a tier list that would work for everybody and make sense for everybody. I mean, yeah, you could make one saying, these are, if you had everything perfect in the world, these are what would work. I mean, these would be the best compared to these. But in everyone's standpoint, something could be completely, different with their setup that would make more sense. That you could have something in like a B tier, and you might have a 2-star one that's an A tier, and the ship parts they have don't work with that at all either. So there's a lot of stuff, but I mean, I get it. Some people like tier lists. They like to, say, okay, I'm going to try to achieve to get these best ones first in a perfect world. So I'll keep it in mind. Once I get more practice with Wanda, I will be able to do that. I also, fortunately, won't have the Season 4 heroes because we don't have Obi or the new one. I forgot what it's called, the Archer. But I'll keep that in mind, Shadow. Thanks for the idea. Dan, I think they can add a support slot as the 4th and put healers. They could, but they would. I think is Lulu a first mate? I can't think on top of my head. Yeah, she's a first mate. So really, Cordelia, I think Cursed Ed is a jack of all. They would have to add more jack of all trades people in first. I feel like to do that to make it work correctly. I think they would have to add more jack of all trade heroes in to at least make it beneficial. It makes more sense instead of just having maybe one really good ship set up. But in the future, I could see them definitely doing that. There's definitely a good possibility, but they just don't have the hero setups at the moment and the amount of heroes in. But I'm sure they'll add them. I mean, they'll definitely be coming. They had a survey that just went out that asked, what kind of heroes people would like to see, kind of the design flow they would like to see for those heroes. So they definitely want to add more heroes. I don't think they have exactly the ideas they want yet or what they're looking for, and looking for feedback. And they also wanted to know, like, what are the things they'd like to see added in the game, what things are working, what kind of personal quality of life stuff that's been good that's been added in, what could be better. So they're definitely looking for feedback. And they sent that out right before they all went on vacation. So they'll come back and probably look at all that and probably give us some feedback of, what they thought of what we gave them. But kind of be nice to some of the support people right now. They're definitely running slower because everyone's on vacation. So keep that in mind if you're trying to get a response back on something. They're literally working a graveyard right now until May 6th, they told us. In your opinion, is having a healer in your fleet that important? I ask this because straight clashes, for example, Cordelia can barely keep up with the damage I take. Maybe it heals out. Straights is tough in the open world. You're definitely going to see different results in the open world because you also can be moving the whole time. and open sea to the straits. But yes, heals can. I mean, heals will keep up when you have enough attack power and damage, and that's why that Stormbringer setup works very well that I showed off, because it can keep up with heals even in the straits. But if it's a give or take, it comes down to, can you survive the amount of damage that's coming at you at once? So can the heals keep up with that? And if at the moment how your setup is, it can't, then no, it might not be beneficial. You might want to try to out damage them before they take you out. So it's a hit or miss. At one point, yes, it could be more beneficial to have healers because they can keep up with the damage coming in and keeping you alive. But sometimes it's not. But I can tell you, most of the bigger whales that are actively testing stuff are using healers in their setups now, because they have enough power to healing coming out to keep up with the amount of damage that's going out. And it's more beneficial than just straight up trying to pump damage against somebody. Like I said, again, with more activity people are doing, going against a whale, you're going to want heals, because there's going to be so many more people attacking you that the more heals you have going into your ships will keep you be able to fight longer than just trying to out damage somebody. They'll keep you in the fight longer. And just like dot damage will take over more in open seas than in straits, because you can always be moving and you can have the dot damage on the ships while you're moving. You could have a really fast ship, attack somebody, run away. The dot damage is going to keep ticking on them. You can go back in, attack them again, and run away. So there's benefits there too. So open seas is completely different than the straits. We've seen that in testing. You could beat somebody in the straits, but you go to open seas, it's going to be a totally different battle as well. There's a lot of things that can happen in the open seas that can change it. Yeah, I'll bring up that. Sorry, the Stormbringer setup. I can show you in the straits. So this was tested through all season 2 with every setup possible, and this is the best one we came up with, and this is what he's using here. So he has he has Cutthroat's doing the most, but his Stormbringer is doing the second most with a healer. He's doing over 252,000, and this is really low. I've seen this much higher when he's attacked me. So this was not probably the best example, but this is also in the straits. Open seas, this is definitely much higher. But his Adeline is doing tons of damage, and she's with her speed skills, increasing more attacks going out, is also benefiting Cordelia to pump out heals. And then if he's rocking the Vagger Fury set, unique skill in the Stormbringer, which is adding more rage for Cordelia as well. And then I'll show you his trinkets. Go to here. I mean, yes, he's got really good stuff. Not everyone's going to have the same kind of setup, but if you had the perfect world, this is definitely being like the best Stormbringer setup for heals and damage. Most of all season 2, his Stormbringer was doubling any ship's damage with this setup. He's rocking the Blood Fang. He's got the Spyglass on Tanaka and the healing elixir for even more rage and heals for Cordelia. But for season 2 heroes, she's top dog. She just crushes it. Her damage output is insane, and she's amazing in close combat. She's just very, very good. And like I said, the healing output is crazy. I wish I had some of the older reports of us fighting in the open seas. Unfortunately, they delete after a certain amount of time. They did. That was a nerf, which is good. I mean, you could really, really mess people up with swapping people like with full max skill. Like what you would do is you would build up the rage real quick. You could see most of your skills not going off. You could tack somebody that's really like a lower flagship, and then immediately tack a higher flagship and just pump all your damage into them. I mean, you could still do that. It's just not as strong. But yeah, that was the thing you could do, and it was super strong. It's still it's still viable though to do that. It's more like I think you lose like half of your rage when you swap targets, but you could still keep the person targeted and move your ship. as well, and then pull them out, because that was the best thing. You pull, like, you go attack people, they're not paying attention, and they follow your ship out, and then you just take them one-on-one and just wreak havoc on them. That's what a whale wants to do. A whale wants to pull you out in a 1v1. They don't want to face multiple people at once, because they know they can lose, and they're going to take damage. Too much sailor loss, and they're going to have to spend money. So that's the way to beat a whale. Just have good activity and have everyone focusing on that same person is the way to beat a whale. And the margin gets much slimmer to being stronger against weaker players, against like a whale player going against and a free-to-play player. You'll see the biggest discrepancy in Season 1. I mean, just because if someone's got like 1-star heroes all across the board and there's no trinkets or anything, and someone's maxed out 35, of course they're going to destroy any ship that they go against. There's just nothing that's kind of beating that gap, but the gap is definitely getting closer between whales and the other ships that are not spending money, which is good. It needs to happen. I mean, whale will always have, like I said, a 1v1 fight. We're always going to beat you, but it's still closing that gap where you're not just getting one-tapped. But good questions. Keep them coming. And also, tomorrow, if you guys are going to watch any streams, Numbers Bob streams around the same time, a little bit before this time. He's got some unique builds that he's going to show off as well tomorrow, so definitely catch his stuff. He's got some very interesting stuff he said he's going to come out that show off. He posted yesterday about legendary healing trinket is good for Wanda. Are you talking about the elixir for Wanda? Or are you talking about her personal trinket that she gets? This one, her little necklace, the tooth necklace. But it could be good, because I'm not going to have my Wanda as the gunner position. So, right away at least. My first testing, she's going to be... Well, no, I lied. She's going to be in the gunner position. So, yes, I think this is still going to be better for her to use her trinket on her than the elixir. But I could be wrong. It's definitely something I could test. I mean, I don't know. I haven't got the tester yet completely, so I can't say for sure. I'm just going off of what I can read at the moment. What are my thoughts on the elixir versus an attack trinket as a healer? Some people are saying that the elixir isn't that good and should be put in attack. So, it could go either way, Shadow. It matters like what's your best trinket at that time. But right now, I feel like the elixir, since I can max out the elixir over the attack form, I think it's better. The elixir trinket's better, but I'm also trying to get as much rage as well, because the elixir trinket will give you rage. Let me go back to trinkets. So when under the ship's wielder, command launches a basic attack, which I'm getting additional basic attacks from my other ships for my artillery unique ability. Launches a basic attack. There's a 30% probability that the wielder will restore 120 rage to one allied ship with high attack. So I'm just trying to keep as much rage as possible pumping into all my heroes. So I think this is better. But if you just want raw healing, like a spyglass should be technically better for the attack power boost, because their heals go off of that. But overall, I think for pumping rage and healing on top of it, I think if you can max it out, I think the elixir is better. But again, it's different for everyone's scenario. If you can put a high, if you don't have one of these, or you have one that's really low, and you have a high damaging one, attack spyglass, of course that's going to work better, because it goes off attack damage for heals. So it's going to be different for everybody. If you had everything maxed, though, I think the elixir would be better, from what I've seen and what we tested. And now I have to test, if I'm getting too much rage when I can max out Wanda. If I can max out Wanda and it's like I'm not seeing a huge benefit of it, maybe it's because I'm getting too much rage and it's just going to waste because of cooldown. So something I have to keep an eye on and test when I can. But are they wrong? Either way, no. I think, is the difference very noticeable? Not really. But it also, like I said, it all comes down to what trinkets you have. I figured more people would want to do squad raids. They must have maxed out their stuff so far already. Because last week, that's all we were doing, non-stop squad raids to get these gems. The too much rage thing, it could be too much rage, but it's just something you kind of have to keep an eye on when you're like do squad raids and when you're actually be able to attack people through the straits and see if you're seeing like the attacks go off, like Cordelia's heal. If that's a good one, you can kind of see like how much are the heals really going off from having so much rage, or you're seeing how much maybe getting more cutthroat attacks off. I have the Bones Trinket, and to be honest, I don't observe that much damage, that much reduction of my rage skills. Does it give a reduction to rage skills? I thought it was just the Bones one is the cutthroat damage and crit rate, if I'm wrong, right? Increases crit rate. If the wheeler has a captain tag, the ship under the wheeler's commands kills a target. So he has to kill the target. 200 rage of the ship will be restored instantly. So he only gets it, the extra rage, when he actually kills the ship. I think it's 200. That's actually a good question there, Kurdish. I don't know, but I'm going to guess it's 200. I'll have to ask what the actual amount is, and then I can get back to people. That's a really good question. But in my opinion, I think it's 200. It's definitely not 100. It's probably 200. If anyone knows that answer in the chat, definitely let us know. But I don't know the official answer. Let's see if I can. I'll show a squad raid, and I can show you guys like how I perform in a squad raid. Get some people in here. So what I watch here when I'm doing the squad raids, I'm always checking, my crit damage and seeing what I'm getting up to, especially when I'm changing stuff. You just have to really keep a close eye on, like something you adjusted, so you can kind of see if your crit damage has gone up or lower. And then you kind of go off the base points of over here. If you're hitting like 19,000, 20,000, and you see a decrease, but you want to just like keep an eye on there. And then when I'm really testing stuff, I'm putting my ship away from everybody, so I can watch the skills go off, which I should have done. I'll do it on the next one, and you can watch my skills, how they go off. But mostly I'm always watching the crit damage. I can see the L's, the cutthroat damage. So I always try to see like what my crit damage is getting up to, and if I'm seeing the same one go off again because of the skill. There's quite a few times I can get up to 1,000,000 crit damage. I see it go off. That's 1,000,000 right there. That was 1,000,000. That's another 1,000,000. And compared to everyone, around 30 million power to my power is where I sit. I have like about 20,000 points at the end of this. But I'm going to look at my ship's skills as they go off. I'm going to move my ship farther away from them all. I'll do another one. Hopefully. I'm going to move my ship away from everybody so we can watch the hero skills go off and how frequently they go off. So if I put Lester and Tanaka in drawing hero to Stormbringer ship, which part to use? If you're using Lester, I would use the bomb, the little bomb, and then I use Tanaka's sword if you can get it. If you can't get his sword, I would just use the spyglass as an alternative. So healing ships right here. There's Wanda with Cordelia. She just went off with her skill. There's a heal. See if we can get another heal pretty quickly. There's Wanda's skill again. Still waiting on a Cordelia heal. No heal there. So it didn't pop a heal. At least it didn't pop rage on this ship. Still waiting. There's her heal again. Wanda's stuff going off again. There's another heal. So that's the only way we can really test, see with rage-wise, and maybe try to see another attack go off double over here really quickly with each other, but the cooldown thing could be a factor as well. But yeah, for Lester, I'd use the little bomb trinket, whatever this, I forgot what it's called, the chain of bombs for Lester, and then the Tanaka sword if you have it. I already broke mine down, but his sword is very good for him. That's what I would use. And that's what I was using last season. I used Lester, Tanaka, and Cordelia as the gunner, and it did okay, but it definitely couldn't. I could not perform better than everyone else. Yeah, I can show our server ranking. Yep. So this is the power out of all the servers on our gang. I'll show you like the top 10. So the highest person is 61 million right now. Top 10, you pretty much have to be in the 50 million. So to be in the top 10, you have to be 50 million right now. And then for gang power, pretty even across. I mean, pretty close to everybody. I mean, we're pretty even across. Between all the servers. I think the matchmaking did a very good job. Oh, ship parts first? Sorry. I used Blade of Freedom. That could not, but that's because of my setup. Because I was rocking Cordelia for heals on that ship and the skill I had. But what's your what unique skill do you have on your Stormbringer, Curtis? If you go, what unique skill do you have here? Do you have Fiery Intent? You have the Severe Damage, or you have Varder's Fury? Because that could play a role too. Because these are completely different skills. And you would probably want different parts for these, for each one. So if you let me know that, I could give you a better answer for ship parts. Rhinox, was that what you're looking for? Did I show you what you wanted to look at, or did you want to look at different things for leaderboards? So if you're rocking that, I guess it matters what you're going to use for your third character, your gunner spot. But with that, as you can see, let me go into it again. Ships. Unique skills. So this is a skill you have. So when the ship launches a basic attack, and if the target ship is suffering from damage over time, or burning damage or taking on water, it restores, if it's legendary, it's 200 rage of all heroes aboard the ship. This effect can only be triggered at once. So really, the ship parts don't really matter here. So you could either use or, find out what one's working better for you. If you're using mixed damage, if you're going to have taking on water damage with burning, so if you're using like Adeline with Tanaka and Lester, the burning set's not going to be good, so you're probably going to be better off with either rocking a Sovereign set on it, because you can, survive a lot longer, or for more damage on your damage over time, you're going to want to rock Blade of Freedom for the extra attack power. But if you have like Fire Intent, you're probably going to want the burning damage set, which probably makes more sense because it's going to do more blazing damage. And this one, it's going to be probably either Blade of Freedom, or if you're just going to rock all water, it matters what really one you're going to want to go off. Do you want to decrease the person's impact, or are you going to want to decrease their armor? Which again, this skill works really good with the Cutthroat skill that decreases armor. This one can decrease armor, and Oni Musha can decrease armor. There's 3 things out there now that can decrease people's armor. You can zero people's armor, by the way, now. Is it not the 800 that's shown in the skill description at the top right? For what? What's that off? Off the unique skill or the hero skill? MD. So with like the cost of strength decreasing armor, and then Oni Musha skill decreasing armor, and then the Stormbringer ship decreasing armor, right here. And then if you have any of the other impact, and then the amount of impact you have on a ship, could really bless them. He means hero skills. But I'm confused about the 800. Like where are you getting that number from, or what? Am I missing something? I'm just maybe just being dumb. It's probably me. I'm just not understanding. I bought the Warhammer for $100, and it was supposed to be the best combination of skills, but I feel like it got ripped off. The other 2 ultimate skills of Warhammer are better. Thoughts? I think they are, but it doesn't mean that they're terrible, because there's the one for the one that you buy. You get this skill. So you got the Fleet Sunderer, which, launch the base attack, it's going to do more cutthroat damage. And it's going to do more damage the lower the HP. I mean, it's not an awful skill. I mean, I know Slideshow uses it. Let me go to his report. Slideshow uses it. And what it does is that his, actually, Bones does more damage on 90% of his attacks. So where mine is like Oni Musha or Luna, because they have higher crit, they're doing more crit damage attacks, where his is just going off of cutthroat, straight up cutthroat damage, and going off the HP of the hero, so you can kind of see it different. So did you get ripped off? Not really. It's just something you have to change your build around to work with that. I mean, the 20% does suck. That's why I like the one I have. You're right. I mean, adding RNG into it can definitely change things around. Where I have this one's a constant. I always know every 10 seconds it's going to record a cutthroat damage and then launch that crit again. And then the other ones, you know, you're going to be decreasing the person's armor all the time with cost of strength. So when your ship deals cutthroat damage, it's going to inflict armor piercing. So you already know that's a guarantee because your cutthroat ship's always going to be doing armor piercing. Because you're always going to be doing cutthroat damage, so you're always going to be doing armor piercing. So is there better skills out there? Yes, in my opinion. I think there definitely is. But at the time, it was your best option. Unfortunately, yeah, they want you to build another ship if you bought it. But it's not something that's going to be awful. I mean, you still work with it. It just might not be the most optimal for you. Gets me every time. I feel like I got a better gem and it's lying to me. So I got Rogue's Rumble done. My straights are done. Did some squad raids. Click on the actual rage skill of the hero to get the description, and then in the top right. Let's look. I've never noticed this, so it's going to be new to me. So if I go here. Oh, yeah, right there. I guess you're right. So either some have rage, some don't. So this is what he's talking about. So to get him to do his shield is 800 rage. Lester's 800. Let's look at Oni Musha, new hero. 800. So, yep. Good catch, MD. You just taught me something. I never leveled up his skill. 800. So it's 800 rage for him to get off their skill. It looks about the same for everybody. So 800 rage. It just doesn't show you how much rage they can build up generically without any buffs. But no, good catch. See, we're learning stuff. We are learning stuff. And it looks like they're all 800. Django. Yep, 800. If we assume you get 100 rage per second without bonus, we should use rage skills every 8 seconds. And yeah, if we can assume without any buffs. But that's also got to consider no debuffs too, because Cursed Edge should decrease your skill by like, what, 10%? I think it's what, this one? This reduces attack. So when the enemy is cursed, status caused by Ed receives damage, the rage of all heroes aboard the ship will be reduced by 14. So what does that mean? And the skill cooldown of all heroes will be extended to 0.5. So how does that factor in? Is it a whole lot? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. We just don't really know. some really good questions I can ask later on when the devs get back in the office to, hopefully get an answer to that. Those are very good questions. Yeah, that's another thing. It could be a bad translation. It could be 14% as well. All very good questions we can ask. Yep, if it's 14, it's terrible. But the question is, what does 14 equal? I mean, you just don't know. Because there's no way to, there doesn't show, unless I'm being dumb, which could be, but I don't think there shows a rage under your attributes anywhere. Constitution, HP bonus, time, burning, damage over time reduction. No, there's nothing in the attributes that show that would even go into. So I'm guessing it's probably percentage, but we don't really know until we can find and ask the question. Five more hours. Let's see. Okay, raid's already done. Can't get into that. Always buying cigars. Always need them. Get out of the way, Rocky. But keep the good questions coming. Those are very good questions you guys have already brought up. Some I can't answer. I'll have to bug the devs on them. Very good questions. Just surpassed that finally. So halfway there to finish this one out. I have Shadow Knight. I have. I'm in talks with them. There's nothing official. I mean, I guess they're supposed to make an announcement when they get back in the office. But I can say the odds are in my favor. But I'll, as much as I can say at the moment. But I only know they let a few people in. And the people that they've already met with, I know the ones that they really want. And I can say I was one of those people, but they haven't made an official announcement yet. And I'll wait for them. I know Numbers Bob made it. He got approval to do his, but I'm holding off till the actual official announcement to say anything because don't want to jinx myself. But yeah, that'll be good if it is, because like you're not really. Well, it'll be nice. You can, like, the things that I can at least say that they'll be offering, like giving us redeem codes to give out to people, like links to get, if you're a brand new player, you can click the link and get like more free conges. They'll be giving out like assets to use to have, like, make better videos and explain things out from the game, which will be really good. They have a lot of good ideas, but it's like nothing that's like will give us an advantage. We might know like something like a day before ahead of time. So I'm still alive, Jumbo. I'm not dying. I am dying. Still sore throat, but I'm pushing through. Try to help out as many people as possible. But they're just going to give. As of right now, with their ideas, just they get more stuff out to players to keep the community growing. They had a really good success rate in the beginning. I mean, some things are starting to taper off like any game, and that could be a lot of factors. And there's a lot of good games out there, a lot of kind of games like this. But to keep a good, strong community and keep things growing, I mean, they want to keep adding stuff in. So to keep people interested, they're coming up with ways with that, with the content creators, is what they're going to use them for. And so if I do get selected and I able to, I'll like I said, redeem codes I can give out to people, and any way possible I can help out. And if I can get more answers quicker for people that have questions, like I said, I can speak to them and get questions answered. But one thing I pushed on them is, like, I would love more, which they said they're going to work on, is a little bit better translations for English, at least. I can only speak for, but just better translations across skills. As somebody who's a whale, I think you give a very important and useful perspective that a free-to-play content creator would be able to give new players, as you can get heroes to test builds. Yep. And like I said, I can at least give people, if they don't have the money to spend, or they're questioning, should they spend money on a hero, I can give them their best option. Like someone asked earlier that, should they spin for Oni Musha, try to get him to 4 stars, or should he focus on the trinket? And in my opinion, you should focus on the trinket first, because you can use it on different heroes, not just one hero, and you're going to get a better benefit out of that, where only Oni Musha is really going to be beneficial over Kojo when he's at like 4 stars. So if I can help anyway like that, and help people with their decisions and give them my best opinion to help them with that, I'm glad I can do that. And it means my money's going somewhere useful as well, so I can test things for them. Yep, I'll go through. I can show you. Again, it's very temporary because I'm waiting for Wanda. So my Storebringer ship is pretty much what it's going to be, but just don't look at the trinkets. So I have this for mine. Like I said, for a free-to-play player, if you don't have like a 4-star Magnus, I would still use Armstrong. No questions asked. She's a great free-to-play hero. Warhammer, same thing. If you're not even in Season 3 and you only have Kojo, you could rush Kojo here. Or if you're rocking like the Blade of Freedom set and you have a different unique skill here, Blade of Freedom would be really good with a Lulu here, or Cordelia for more heals, for more sustain. You kind of have those options. My Stormbringer right here. This is my thought-out build that I'm going to be using for the season for my Stormbringer, with the Vargur's Fury skill. So with the more rage to increase, it's pretty much being my support ship, with Tanaka putting the dots on to trigger the skill, and then have Wanda produce more rage and heals, and Cordelia being able to produce more heals, hopefully. And then I'm going to use Wanda's Trinket here, so don't look at this. She's just the free one I've gotten so far. And then the normal strategy, I have Boa, Molly, and Griffin, with the ship parts of strategy, and just the very basic Fearless Princess skill. The unique skill I'm rocking for artillery, I'm using the artillery regular ship parts. And then I'm using the Reluctant Fall Behind, which will pretty much give me a chance at getting an instant basic attack immediately. 10% is really low, but it still think it can produce, and it works well with artillery heroes as well. So this is what I'm rocking. Like I said, I have the palace on each hero as well. What cabin upgrades do you need for a level 36? So you're going to need, right here, this is probably the easiest way to show it. So to go from 35 to 36, you need your captain's quarters upgraded and your enlistment quarters required. And I forgot, the enlistment quarters, you need to upgrade your hall. To get that to 35, the one requirement, you have to get your mess to 34. And I think I already had the other one for the captain's quarters, so I don't know which one you needed for that one, to be honest with you. But you need your captain quarters and your enlistment quarters up to 35. What do you think of Bones, Oni, and Kojo in a gunner position? I asked this in Luna, but she doesn't impress me too much. So Luna, it could be. I haven't really tested it per se. But I mean, I guess we could. Let me go. Give me a second. Let me stop this. And we'll go test on like a Kraken, we'll say. We'll go find a Kraken. Let's see. Alright, let's move our way over here. I'll give you a Luna report, and then we'll put Kojo in instead of her. But with and this is also, I'm going to use my unique skill. Like I said, it's going to go off of who has the highest crit. So there's times that Luna has the highest crit, which will always be the highest damage. So I'll test it for you right now. Let me get my guy over there. We can test on a Kraken. really for flagship guys, if you weren't around when we had the whole spiel about this, once you're past 31, flagship really doesn't matter. Yes, it's a little extra buff, but there's much more important things you could be focusing on, like stargazing. Stargazing, you're going to get a lot more power that's actually going to mean something than a flagship at level 35. So just kind of keep that in mind. Once you get to 31, you've got your real power from your flagship already to get all your additional ship. Sailing across the ocean. Yep. Here's the schedule for the hero summon. The first week you'll get Oni Musha, then Wanda, and once those are done, there you go. So our season will pretty much end on 6/24. Pretty much the calendar kind of gives away when the season's going to end from the dates. So if you're looking for the season 2 heroes, they're right at the end of the season. So if you need to pull them more, kind of keep that in the back of your head that they're at the end of the season for this calendar. All right, we should be here. Do I have two? I have 268 right next to me. So I said we'll test the Luna. I'll show you that report, and then I'll go off it. Both new heroes are really good. Very, very good. They can add a lot to your fleet. But so did last season. Last season they had really good heroes too. It just matters what you're building and what's going to work better for you. All right, so that report, we'll look at that right now. So Cutthroat did the highest damage. Artillery was second. So right there, Oni Musha just beat out Bones. Again, I'm using the unique skill that records the highest crit damage, so they're going to have the highest. Whoever gets the highest crit is going to usually show the highest because they're going to do that same attack. But now let me swap out Luna for Kojo. And I'll add the trinket in there. Where did Trinket go? Am I missing her? There she is. Equip. And since it's a shorter fight, I mean, Kojo could definitely be because he attacks 3 times. So we'll see. It's a good thing to test, though. Yep, you get Wanda for free through the Saga. Right here, through Saga. And you get her really early, so you get her pretty much like the 3rd day into the season. Maybe 4th day. But, yep, you get a free Wanda, which is awesome. And you can immediately use her right away. Alright, so off of that Kraken, let's go look at the report. So again, we'll just redo a refresher. This is what we looked like. You know, she had 69,000. Oni Musha did the most. Now if we go into the next one, did about the same. So not much of a difference. At least with that kind of size Kraken, we could see that was 618. And she did a little bit more than Kojo. We can try to do it again. Let's see if we can find another 68 just to rule it out. There's one. Oh, there's one right here. But like I said, I'm using, this could be totally different between using a different Warhammer skill. I'm using same old trick. So it's going to always take the highest damage crit in 10 seconds, and it's to record that, and they're going to do that same skill again. So it matters who gets the highest crit is really going to probably overall have the highest damage for that attack. But we'll show another report off after this to see how we lie. So looks about the same. Kind of, this time Bones did it because he must have had a higher crit, so it recorded his attack twice. But it just show. I mean, if you don't have a high Luna and you have a high Kojo, you could probably put Kojo here and you'd probably still be okay. If that's what you're looking for. If you don't have like a high star Luna, but you have like almost like a maxed out Kojo for your build, you could probably not go wrong with this. There's not much of a difference to really see. Again, we're only doing it against a Kraken because that's the only really good thing we have at the moment, because I can't go attack people to test because we're stuck in this small region. But from quick testing, is it a bad play if you don't get, or if you don't get Oni Musha and you have a good Luna? These will play pretty well. There's no argument that they won't work. It's not going to be a make or break difference, I don't think. So again, allows you to, you know, spend your conjures where you want, and allows you to have a couple different builds and a little bit helper on the free-to-play people, because Kojo is pretty easy to get. So I like it. I can't argue it. I'm actually gonna test that more. I know there's not much of a difference sometimes with him swapping out Oni Musha from the test that we've done so far, but we won't know until we're actually fighting people again. Never refined ships before. My Warhammer has a purple and its gunpowder is. Would you refine that skill or keep it? Pure gunpowder. Let's see. That one is. Oops. Skills. Skill list. Is it this one? Or is it, you said pure gunpowder? Yeah, pure gunpowder. Yep, increase your ship's attack by stone. On what ship? On your Warhammer? This is what I use on my Warhammer. Is it the best? Maybe, maybe not. So I have increase the ship's. So I have pure gunpowder as well, but it's the 12% one. The ship deals 12% more damage of all types, which I guess is probably mediocre, but it's 12% more. And the ship deals 8% more cutthroat damage while in battle, with additional 8% increases every 10 seconds. And then I said, so is it the worst? No. I mean, you could try. I mean, you can always keep that skill when you refine. You can always keep that skill. So I mean, I can go, you know, let's go to like say, I think. So if I want to refine this one, I just refined, and then it lets me choose if I want to keep it or not. So if you don't get something you don't like right here, you just go to quit, and it doesn't get rid of the skill. So if you can try to roll a better one, try it. There might be something that's better out there. But I mean, I have it on my Warhammer, so I just have the legendary one, and I'm not mad about it. What means attribute? So the attribute is just for that hero. So if you go, so if I put Luna back in, all attributes 20%. It's all her. So like you see, so let's see, like 1893, 1182. I put her in, and then I go. It should increase hers personally by 20%. Which, let's see. Let's go Kojo. Oh, she does also have a trinket, so this is probably very misleading, but it should increase the stats of the ship. So it should increase her stats that she gives to the ship by 20%. And that's how I read it. Give you back your trinket. But no, very good thing to test, and it looks like it'll work out. My other skills are Fleet Sunderer, which is the unique skill, Enhanced Armor Piercing, which is really good. Man, you have skills that are really good for the other unique skill. So if you had the other Warhammer skill, if you go to Build Warhammer, unique skills, if you had Cost of Strength, the Enhanced Armor Piercing would be really good, because you would get, when the ship's dealing cutthroat damage, you'll inflict Armor Piercing, and the Armor Piercing is based off your impact, and then you have the Enhanced Armor Piercing skill, which is increasing your impact and your ship's attack, so it's increasing your impact, which is going to make your Cost of Strength deteriorate more armor as well. And there's another Armor Piercing one out there as well. And then you said you have large caliber broadside, increase your ship's critical damage, which is really good, in my opinion. This is a really good skill. I'm all about crit damage all day long. So it's a very good skill. I would keep that. And like I said, you have the good one for that, for armor piercing. So really you're not, I mean, those skills aren't awful. I like them all. You got some pretty good rolls there. That was a good test. Came from the auction. You got the ship from the auction? I didn't know you could get ships from the auction. That's cool, if that's what you're saying. That is really cool if you can get a ship from the auction. Or did you just buy, is it the one you bought? Or are you saying like the one that you got off season 1 that you bought? Or the actual, like the gang auction, you were able to get a ship from there? Yep, you can get ships from the auction, but it's insanely expensive. Oh, that's cool. Season 2 auction for 30. So we didn't have this. We weren't lucky enough to have the auction house in the season 2. We just got it in season 3. But that's awesome. I did not know that. That is awesome. So it's 30K, huh, for a ship? Good to know. I mean, if you didn't buy one for, you know, the $99, and it's a different one than you can actually buy, and it gives you good rolls. I mean, in reality, it could be a deal for 30K, because you could spend a lot more money rolling a ship and not getting lucky at all. So if you can already see the skills on it, and if it's really good, I mean, it could save you a lot of money than trying to build, for sure. I mean, you could spend, I don't know, some of those packs, and especially the hammer, you have to buy the hammers, and then, I mean, you could get, and then not get a good roll when you finally do get a legendary one. I mean, you could be up to $500 easily spent and not have a good flagship, which would be over 30K gems. So, could be worth it if it's something you don't already have. Oh, then that's really tough. You can't see the skills? Ooh, boy. That's a risk. That is a risk. If you're a gambling person, go for it. That is a gamble. Whew. I'm not much of a... I mean, at times I don't mind gambling, but I'm not that big of a gambler person. When I can get either a guarantee from just buying the ship, or at least go for that and then work on that. But, wow, that's a gamble. Buying with faith. Good luck. That's all I gotta say. Good luck. Hopefully, or better luck, good fortune. Hopefully you have good fortune. Better luck. Luck might not go into it. More fortune would. So good fortune. Man, I just want these gates to open. I want to go attack people. You go from auto trading for like 2 weeks. Luckily, we had a lot of fighting in our season 1. But waiting for these gates to open can be pretty brutal. I have one more day till the fun can actually happen. You can hunt some bounties. Love hunting bounties. Let's go collect a lot of gold. Then people are hunting for you. But right now it's a slow time, unfortunately. That's why I'm answering questions, trying to help people. Because they're probably in the same boat, waiting for Season 2 to finish, Season 1 to finish. Or they're already in Season 3 waiting to do the same thing. Just try to optimize your stuff while waiting. Get your guild rep up. Keep stocking cigars, planks, Get the needed material you need while waiting. I'm with you. I hate gambling. I would prefer to spend my money on something I'm sure that I hope to get something good. Yep, RNG can definitely get you. I know people have spent some good money on ships and kept getting the same skill over and over again. Could not get a different unique skill. So yeah, like I said, you can definitely spend some money on building some ships and have zero luck with RNG. I've luckily gotten lucky where I've gotten the different skills I wanted to try, but I know people have gotten the same skill over and over again. So far, we have not had a problem getting at 30, at least when I was on. The problem was getting everyone's attention to who are grinding. Have you ever bought or won something at auction? Oops, I won't. Come on. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. End up refining. Oh wait. Oh, end up refining the purple gunpowder skill to a legendary. Oh, deadly broadside. Awesome. You got some luck on your side. Good job, man. I'm glad I could help. Like I said, it's nice that you don't have to accept it. So, cool. Little improvement for you. I just spent 160 conjures for one level of Tanaka and his trinket. I feel like deleting the game. I've been there. I wish I could say I have not been there, but I've been there. If you watch my other videos, I mean, I got pitied a few times on the trinkets I was going for. It took me, but over 200 and something gold conjures to get 3 trinkets. So I got pitied twice, and I think the other pity was at like 60 out of 80. So I know the feeling. I've been there, but I've also gotten lucky where I've gotten double trinkets before in one pull, or I've gotten it early on the pity. So that is rough. I wish for better fortune for you, but it definitely happens to all of us. And we'll see what my 242 can get me tonight for Wanda, because I want to get her 6 stars, and I need to get her trinket. I'll probably need a couple more conjures to finish it off, but I could see me spending at least 200 conjures just on the hero to get to level 6 stars tonight. So I'm going to feel your pain later on. A couple more hours. I'll feel your pain that you went through. Welcome to Gotcha on that side of the game. What are you doing? I will be. I'll probably get off probably soon. Rest my voice a little bit. Like I said, I've been dealing with a cold. I've been eating halls like crazy, just to help with the voice while talking to you all. But I will do a recorded video, just like I did for my Oni Musha poll, so you guys can see that actually, I'm not I'm not luckier than any of you guys are. I get the same rates. I don't get anything special. I don't get any streamer privileges. I'm doing the same thing you're all doing. So, yep, it'll be the same. I'll do it, and like I said, I don't have to use many conjures for the trinket, so that'll be nice. I only need 1 Wanda trinket instead of the 3 I wanted for all my other ships. I wanted, 3 of the palaces for my first mates, so I don't have to roll that many, which is good. Question: does crit work on dots? They don't. Also, they don't work on heals over time. I was told that if it's an initial heal, it could crit. The initial heal can crit, but the heal over time cannot. But it's still not worth building any kind of crit on your overall. It's not even if it did work. The initial heal, you're not getting your heals from there. You're getting from the heal over time. So it's not worth building. Just don't worry about crit on your Stormbringer at all. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Let me turn there. I don't know if you guys can hear. My Discord is going crazy. There we go. Used 220 conjures and only got 2 bones, so it's worse. Yep. I do. Like I said, I stacked all bone trinkets in Season 2 on all my heroes just for the extra crit. And it worked out very well. I didn't really care about the secondary skill, but I wanted the crit. I always wanted to keep my cutthroat closest to 100% as I can, which I do. I'm sitting at 102% crit rate down my cutthroat, so I'm at the 100% I need to be at, and now I'm just focusing on crit damage. And I'm trying to get there for my other ships, so my Stormbringer is not going to have crit rate. It's going to have some, but this creates 0 value here. And then my strategy ship's at 81% crit, and then crit damage is at 87. And then same thing with my artillery. I'm 80% crit here and 89% crit damage. So I'm still focusing on crit. I want to get to 100 on every ship, but slowly but surely, and then hopefully I can roll some good ship parts one day, because these new 25 ones that they put in the game is just... I'm glad they went back to a RNG system on the ship parts, but they need to go back to the original version they had, because that was the best. That's why I'm still using level 18 parts, because they just came out better. I've seen a good one get rolled today that it came out like the old system, but it's going to be very far in between. Or you just keep rolling all these additional burning damage, cutthroat damage, on good sets that you could have maybe had. Like, I was excited for cutthroat damage and criticals, and it's like, nope, we're going to give you all this other junk. What's the best to run on a sail, armor or health? It matters what, I mean, for Ahab, his stuff goes off. If you're trying to get more shields, you're going to want more HP. I used to have 13 million HP. I can tell you I backtracked a lot of HP to more armor, but now I'm more focusing on crit resistance, because later I know more people are going to have higher crit percentages, so you're going to get dealt more crit damage. So any way I can reduce that damage incoming, I think it's going to be better by doing it by having crit resistance than armor or HP. So I'm happy where my HP is at here, at 11 million. Probably 12 million is where I kind of probably stay at. I want to stay, above like 5,000 armor, because somebody's definitely running the skill where it can deteriorate your armor for your flagship. But so far, with my stats I have on my flagship is working pretty good. I'm pretty happy. I have a 44% crit resistance, so I'm happy about that. If I can reduce, a good amount of chunk of crit damage on my flagship, I'm happy there. And then I have enough health to sustain me, so I'm okay there. And then my armor's, I feel, is at a pretty good percentage rate. So it's working for me with what I have set right now. So, just got to find that equilibrium between armor and HP where it's working for you. It's going to take some testing back and forth. But where mine's at right now, I'm happy with. It's working for me. So now I'm focusing more on crit resistance. So, like I said, you just gotta have to find out what's gonna work best for you. It might not work best for me where I'm at, or anybody else. And a great way to test that is like through the straights or having someone go 1v1 with each other and changing out the parts. If you can find somebody in a different gang that will fight you back and forth that's pretty equal with you, it's a good way to test it. It costs 4K gems to buy 10 Ahab fragments. A full hero is 20K. And now I know that a ship from you guys, a ship, is 30K. For starting bids. What's the best? Okay, mainly for small ships. So yeah, so like I said, it's the same thing. Like you think it's you don't have enough armor that you're just gonna get deteriorated. I mean, if you look at I'll show you so my cutthroat has 3,000 armor, 5,000 HP. So I can kind of give you a reference to go off from where that's working for me. My Stormbringer has 3,000 armor, 5,500 HP. My Fearless Princess has 4,900 HP and 3,000 armor. And then my Artillery has really low armor, about the same kind of HP. Now, also, you got to kind of think about, is your HP level for Cutthroat? Cutthroat will always attack the lowest HP hero. So if you don't have a lot of HP on a ship, it's going to attack that ship first. Besides the aggro from like your flagship if you're rocking aggro stuff, but Cutthroat's always going to target lowest HP. So if you don't want to get slammed by a Cutthroat attack on a ship, you definitely want to increase that HP over armor. So I hope that helps. Shadow, I agree. I was a person that still didn't use Blade of Freedom on everything. So the buffs played a huge part, and I'm much happier. I knew sooner or later they would change them. I just had a feeling, because I'm like, there's no way they're going to just want, like, once they find out everyone's just using one set, they're going to keep it that way. So I'm happy with the changes. But now it's just like, now you're just trying to fight for what's going to be the best rolls you can get on the parts in Season 3. Because right now the rolls are garbage. So hopefully they get better, though. I would love them if they went back to the Season 1 setup they had. They had that thing perfect. It was perfect. But hopefully that helps KS2K to kind of explain it out to you, like what's going to be better. It's going to be different for everybody. Like I said, if you're trying to keep a ship alive, not get hit by Cutthroat, you're going to want more HP than some other ship out there. Oh, her trinket is definitely worth it. I think it's one of the best Season 2 trinkets, or Season 1 trinkets out there. It technically comes in Season 2, but it's very strong. It also goes off of her attack speed. So if you go, oh, she's right here. So you're already getting a flat, if you have it maxed out, you're getting a 36% increase in artillery damage on the top of it. And then if the wheeler is the captain tag, which will be her, the ship under the wheeler's command launches a basic attack against the enemy ship that is vulnerable to artillery damage. There's a 50% probability that the ship will launch one additional attack, and these basic attacks is artillery damage in reality. So it's just getting off more additional attacks from from your ship. So it's a very good trinket that buffs all your artillery heroes and your ship. It's a very good trinket. I think it's actually the best trinket out of all the heroes in Season 1. you're never, like I said, if you had to choose anything to spend money on, getting the good trinkets for your heroes is going to be better than getting stars on your heroes overall. So if you had to spend something on conges and what to spend them on, you're never going to go wrong with trinkets to try to go for them and get them to your heroes. Because I mean, in reality, you want to definitely get the best trinket, at least the best 9 that you can get at the moment for your small ships, or sorry, 12 for your small ships, and then keep ascending them as much as you can, and just fine tuning them. But you're going to need more trinkets than anything in the game. It is definitely the cash cow, the long game is trinkets and getting them ascended, because it takes so much to ascend them because they have to be legendary. You're going to need them every time your adventure level goes up, you can level your trinkets up another level, and you need to break them down to get them leveled up. I mean, the trials help a little bit, getting the fragments and then from the shop, but you're always going to need trinkets. Always going to need them. I'm going to step away for 1 second. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. What do we have? Questions. Let's keep them coming. So, star up Ophelia's trinket. If you need another, accept a copy or any. So, yeah, I would at least get one of her trinket, and then save up for the next trinket you're going to need that you don't have yet for a certain hero. And then, like I said, the late game is just, getting them ascended. So, once you have one of them, it's going to be good. And then you can try to ascend it later. But any legendary, any legend, you don't have to get duplicates if that's what you're at. You don't need the exact copy to level it up. You can use any legendary trinket. So all you need is when you break down a legendary trinket, you get these enhancement. You're looking for these little legendary tear droplet crystal things that allow you to ascend up, and you just get them from any legendary you break down. And as you can tell from my trinkets, I have a lot that are ascended up, and I'm not even close. I'm not even halfway through all my trinkets. And I've definitely spent some money. I can tell you that. And I'm not even close. So you're always going to need trinkets. They're always going to be a big part of your build. So like right here, if I break these down, they're always going to give me these are the epic ones. And then the blue ones you can use for the like at the end, right before the season's about to start, that event. These will give you the most points for that. I think it's like 40,000 points per tier for the blue ones. And then you always get the experience off of it. I think I now have enough stored up for Wanda. Well, because I'm going to be breaking down this trinket once I get the Wanda trinket tonight. So that'll give me another tier, but it'll also give me my experience back. So I'll have enough to level her trinket up to at least, I'm going to at least pitch it to 60, but I'm probably going to push it higher. I only have these at only have 3 at 80, and that's not even max anymore for me. That was season 2 max. Now they can go up to 100. I'm not even close to that. I don't think I'll ever get them close to that. I mean, just a level 1 from level 80 up is 395. Just to go from one level, and then 10, I'm sure it's almost all 5K. So, always going to need to be breaking down trinkets all the time. Trinkets is definitely the late game. And if you use speed ups, stargazing is the late game, and it's the best power and gain you're going to get. Once you get 31, don't pressure yourself with speeding up your construction on your ship, your flagships. It really won't add much power. You're going to get more benefit of using your generic speed ups for stargazing. Right now I'm saving for the Oni to rank 6, but I also want Orpheus Trinket, but I don't have enough to do both. So I get Oni to rank 4 and then focus. I would at least get Oni to 4. And then if you don't, do not have another, if you don't have like a spot, could you do away with her trinket? Yes, if you had, that's going to be the best trinket. Best in slot trinket, but the next trinket would probably be the attack trinket right here. If you don't have another spyglass to replace it with at the moment, I would say, yeah, go for her trinket. Because this is probably the second best one you could put on her. But again, if you have this on another hero, this second skill won't stack with each other on the same ship. So it's kind of pointless there. But yeah, that'll be the best in slot. So like that spyglass gives you a flat at level 1. Will give you 18% attack, and then it gives you, the additional bonuses, where you're getting a flat 30. You're getting a all the way maxed out 36% artillery damage, and then you're going to get her skill as well, which is really good. Anytime you can get any more additional basic attacks in is great, because that's what I'm also using on my artillery ship for my unique skill as well. So this is giving me additional basic attack chance, and so is my unique skill give me an immediately extra chance of getting another basic attack out. So artillery is just going to keep, try to pump out attacks as fast as possible. That doesn't require rage, which is good. I'm not sure if I missed this or I missed your response on the Stormbringer is legendary skill, stealthy maneuvers, a good see. I did not bring this. We think it's good. We think it's going to be really good. So if you guys are not familiar with the skill he's talking about, I'll go into it right now. If you go in here, or if you build, it's on any ship, but you can get it on Stormbringer. You can get it on any ship. It's just a skill you can roll, and it was, where's maneuver? Stealthy maneuvers. So with this skill, it decreases your aggro. If you have a legendary one, it's 20 by 28. Is 28 a big difference? Can it play a difference? Yes. Anything will help to decrease your aggro. And if it's a ship that you really can't afford to lose out of any of your other ships, I think it's a very good skill to have on your ship. Because it's going to, anything that can decrease your aggro is going to be great. So, especially if it's a ship that's like your top tier ship, like my Cutthroat, if I can decrease that aggro at any time, I think it's a really good skill. So if you have it on your ship, is it worth keeping? I say yes. I think it's a skill worth keeping. But unfortunately, there's no really way to test it without rolling it, putting it on your ship, and seeing if that ship dies less than the skill you just had on it. But you can also adjust that. It can play a role with your health, because like you said, Cutthroat attacks the lowest HP ship. I'm pretty sure so far finished season 1 Stargazing. I need to complete it to do so. No, you don't. You can do both at the same time. So like right now, I didn't finish season 2 because it's a big one and starting to take a long time. So I have season 1 done, but you can do 2 at a time. I don't know if you can do 3 at a time. I didn't get to test that. You might be able to do 3 at a time. Maybe just 2. I don't know. I've already had season 1 finished, so I can't tell you. But I have a season 2 one going, and then I have a season 3 one going at the same time. Maybe not. Is 28 less? What you're going to get off of if we go to like our flagship that's going to give aggro, and I say like the trinket can give you 40% aggro. Is that a huge? I mean, what is 40 huge? Maybe, maybe not. There's nothing that says it is and it isn't. There's nothing that tells you that it's that it's going to be 40 is going to be where it's going to give you like the max amount of aggro. There's no way to scale or tell. You're just kind of hoping at the moment. There's nothing out there that can prove it that it's more. But like I said, anything that can decrease it at all, I mean, why not? If I can keep that ship alive longer any way possible. But that's something that it has to be tested out. But if it reads out like it should and decrease your aggro, I mean, if I can keep that ship alive and have other things not hitting it, I'd say it's worth it. And then his skills, what I think your aggro increases. Magnus, where is it? I know he has. That's a big attacking stacks. Does he have something that increases aggro, right? Yeah. So the 24 skill. So he has a skill that his aggro will increase by 360. So, in your opinion of 20, is 28 a lot out of 360? No, it's not. But like I said, if it's anything that can help, sure. But I think it could still be good. But again, it has to be tested. I mean, there's definitely more damaging, better skills out there, for sure. If you re-rolled it off and got something better, I mean, why not? Can't hurt to try. But very good questions. Sorry I can't officially answer them. It's something that would have to really come from like a dev that has the stuff right in front of them, that's seeing the logic. A spreadsheet hero. What season specialization? So I'm guessing you're on the new system. You're just coming into season 2. I didn't have the luxury of in season 2 with the gem system, but how I would probably still done it is the same I'm doing in season 3, because this is the first time we've gotten these ones. So for the red gems, I'm rocking crit damage, but I would say if you don't have max crit or really already high crit, I would go crit rate first on these red gems instead of crit damage, but I'm already got some that are already 100% crit. So I would change these out for the crit rate ones. And then for this one, go with your better ship. Like right now, my cutthroat damage is my biggest ship, so I'm going to use cutthroat damage on there, of course. And then here, I still believe crit resistance is going to be the play. But if you're really struggling with HP or armor, you think, on your ships, definitely something you can test back and forth with. But I know my healths are pretty good right now in my armor, so I'm going to keep stacking crit resistance. But like I said, I would swap out crit rate gems if I wasn't already high crit rate with crit, and then instead of using crit damage. But since I'm already there, I'm using crit damage ones. All games can achieve occupy most of 2 checkpoints. And then, okay, that's tomorrow, which makes sense. I hope that made answer your question there. That's what I do. But I had the old Season 2 specialization. So I didn't have the luxury of the gem system when I was in Season 2. We just got it for this season. I would have really liked it in Season 2, but the other system wasn't too terrible. They are. They're going to be under the cut. Like, so if we go back into, there should be under the damage one. So like I said, I had cutthroat. So if I go to here, there's burning damage. There's burning damage. There should be all damage types. I don't have them all though. Cutthroat, strategic. So they're in there. I just don't have them, and I don't. Not my biggest damage isn't burning damage or taking on water, so I'm not using them. But they're out there. I'm just using cutthroat because it's my highest damage type. Come on. Let's kill this monster. See if I can pull off a 1,000,000 damage crit. For burning, it'll be good. But taking on water damage is actually better with the right setup. Well, they play off each other, I guess, because you're going to use Tanaka as well with the Stormbringer setup automatically. But you're going to go with attack power anyways with the setup I'm thinking about in my head. Unless you got the Fiery Intense unique skill in your Stormbringer. Then you would go burning. Then you would go burning damage. There's 1,000,000. But yeah, for blazing on your Stormbringer, you're really going to want that Fiery Intense skill if you're going to go burning damage. You're going to want this one. Fire Intent. There's a 35% probability that the ship will deal a blazing damage equal to 160% of your attack to the target ship. Every stack of burning on the target will increase your attack by 16%. This effect can be triggered at almost every 6 seconds. If you're going a mix, this is probably the best. Between water damage with Adeline, Tanaka, and then you can have a healer on there. And then the severe damages can do armor break if you want to go taking on water. The armor break's better than impact, reduce impact for burning. If you do the taking on water damage, it's going to reduce their armor, which is better. especially if you have the Warhammer that reduces armor as well. I wish I could tell you all my old reports. And just unfortunately, they get deleted after a while. And you can compare his to mine. Season 2 was still cutthroat for me in the highest damage. And then artillery second, strategy third, and my burning ship. But I also had a healer on my burning ship. And I had Tanaka's weapon maxed out. His trinket, I had his trinket maxed out with Tanaka in there with Lester. And I did have Ned. But Adeline is really good. If you have Adeline, she can pump. She's the biggest damage person. She can do crazy damage. In Season 2, she's definitely the best hero in the game. In Season 2. So if you had to choose between the two, I would go Adeline first. If I had to use shells on her, over Tanaka. But I'll give a last shot to anyone that has, any more questions or anything. If not, I'll go rest my voice a little bit and then get ready for tonight to do my Wanda pulls and everything, and maybe do some streaming. I might stream back in the morning on tomorrow, on Friday, as well. Answer more questions and everything. That's how I feel. But and then I'll be able. We can do some testing with Wanda tomorrow. When I actually have her at 6 stars in her trinket. We can test a couple theories out with what ships she could work on very well. But last shout out to, like I said, and if anyone has questions before I leave and kill the stream, definitely ask them now. I pretty much have done everything I could. Did all my shell pulls for the day. We've gone over a lot of stuff, a lot of theories. It was a really good stream. No problem, Ryan. Like I said, I try to get these out at least like twice a week. Have people bring their questions in, go over builds, things we found out through the week. And like I said, I'll have a better testing environment with Wanda in the next couple of days. And then we'll actually have people, after the next 2 days, we'll have people to attack. And we'll be able to see the reports from attacking people on the open seas. So it'll be a better testing ground. And hopefully some stronger masters too if we need to. But thank you for everyone who attended. Again, sorry, my voice is still really raspy, but hope you all have a good rest of the day. Did someone sneak a question? Someone done a healing ship? Is that really? Answer that question before I leave. Dan, there was a healing ship. If you were already in Season 3, any server before server 80 was able to get the healing ship. They said they're going to bring it back, maybe. In some kind of event. But right now, the people that are just getting into Season 3, the healing ship is not available. So, yes, there is one, but not everyone has it. So, you would have to, if you want to answer that question, just to give you, if you can tune in around the same time tomorrow, A streamer called Numbers Bob will be streaming, and he has the ship. So Bob can test one. Yep, Bob will be able to answer that one for you because he has it. But anyone past server 80 won't get it until another time. It's not in the pass that you complete events, the season pass thing. It is like what is this thing called? This thing. The ship is not in this thing, or it's not in the other pass, the Call of the Wild pass. Theirs was in the Call of the Wild pass, and the ship's not in there. So I don't know, some changes they made. I don't know what their game plan is, but any server after 80, server 80 is not getting it at the moment. So Bob will be your guy for testing that. But again, you all have a good rest of the day. Thank you for attending. Like I said, I'll try to maybe do one tomorrow, see how I feel. But good, happy hunting out there, guys.